Spaz. Level for stink.
How thankful.
I'm apparently in very low health. Some kind.
Oh, where would you find a health kit?
Wonder.
On my bar. Wait, there should be a health kit in one of the boxes. Yeah, there's a health kit. There's a health kit Mark II in this box. Access to boxes. What are you hiding in these? Where's the porn at?
Me. It's just money. Just money and wing parts, basically. So man, it'd be hard out here. The tradies.
Trades too.
Hard out here for a dog. Sometimes you gotta go out there swinging. Sometimes you get swung at.
What does that mean? Keep your secrets.
You see.
There.
では前に出ます。
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sorry, they were talking a little deep desert down there as they're busy spicing as they are in Dune Awakening. The guild in Dune Awakening is actually doing really good. We got in some PvP today. We didn't really win, but we did manage to accomplish the goal of backing the PvP griefers off. So I consider that AW. And more and more people are getting leveled up and ready to go. And in the meantime, obviously, we have the Grand Lancer release here on JP. I just got the tweet live. Do me the favor, chat. Go give it some love. The interim, let me grab you guys today's sauce. It's another goodie. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Meant to cover the mic, but could not get my hand to it fast enough. Okay. That was some lag. I've not seen my my computer do that before. I think it's just probably overwhelmed by stuff. So let me make sure everything is good. Seems like it. Although, did my camera reset? SMH. Okay, there we go. Should be better. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is doing good. Let me know if there's any other issues with the stream. Not sure what's going on at that point, but everything I can tell on my end appears to be fine, so should be good there. Here is today's artwork. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. Personal favorite of mine, Mr. Shiki. He's done a lot of artwork for the channel. Always draws his Lartorias nice and curvy. And yeah, today we basically end up having the Grand Lancer duel and such on JP. I'm going to start us out by kind of taking us through the paces on the other servers here. So feel free to grab a drink, get comfy, settle in, and we'll go over the new system here in a bit. Let's see. Looks like I actually need to be doing my Bleached Earth quest since we're back up to 6 of these suckers. And I have the perfect amount of AP for that. I did not plan that, but that is the way that that worked. Still doing good on this front. Got 1,000,001 to go, though. I believe I have to get her to bond 13? I'd have to double check that number, but for the coins, I end up needing it. In a summer stream tomorrow, I'm ready. Correct, yes. Sorry, I'm losing track. So today's Wednesday, tomorrow's Thursday with the summer stream, and then Friday we have the actual like summer event. Friday again, I'll be collabing with Miss Tutu Karagi. Like I said, I believe the next week I'll also probably be collabing with Mr. Foxforus. So hope to see you guys there for those. Again, I always have a fun time collabing with people. It's not something I do very often, but especially given the fact that I was on vacation, I felt like getting some collabs scheduled with some people, and some other people reached out to me. So I was like, yeah, you know what? This is a good opportunity. Let's go with it. I feel like in the past I maybe haven't collabed enough, and I've maybe been apprehensive. Though, to be fair, there have been several collabs that I have had to turn the person down due to schedule conflicts. And you know, people's schedules are what they are, so I just assume like maybe they can't make it up. But it's been really surprising to me that sometimes like I'll say like, hey, I can't do it like at that time, and then people just go like, oh, okay, and then they're like, they don't try to like come up with another time. And so I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I'm surprised that like people that reach out just like go, all right, you can't do it at that specific time on that specific day. Okay, cool, it's over. And I'm like, listen, this is almost always the case with me. I'm a busy man. I work during the days. I obviously stream a lot during night. It's not that I can't like deviate from my schedule some. There's some degree, at least like especially with stream, where I can, but work I basically can't deviate. That's not something that's up to me at that point. And so like it's weird because I'll see people that'll say stuff like that, and I'm just like, okay, why don't they want to like collab with me on like the weekend or something? That at that point like let's make something happen. But people just, I guess, don't want to unless it's like 100% to their like favor or something like that, because unfortunately that's just the nature of the beast. And usually the people that I collab with are the people that kept at it, that are like, hey, like I really want to collab with you, like does this time work for you type deal. And I think like that's the ones that in general they work out for us, and I always have a blast doing them. So I don't really have anything against collabing by any stretch of the imagination. The night before, that's right. Be hoping for some birthday luck on my rolls on Friday. Hey, congrats. Happy birthday as well. So you got to follow Jack Black's advice from Tenacious D, quit your day job. You're not wrong. And I've said this before that like if I was making enough money off of streaming, I gladly would. I don't really find my day job fulfilling. I find it annoying. I find it stress inducing. I find it tedious. Whereas like with streaming, I enjoy it. I love like getting to be live and in front of the camera with you guys and interacting with you on a day-to-day basis, getting to know you and like being able to entertain you at least to some degree. I think there's a whole lot of ways in which I can do that better. I think I'm a sad excuse for an entertainer at that point. But to me, it's one of those deals of two where like, because of my day job, a lot of the times I end up kind of coming home and I am just like dog tired, and it's like all I can do just to get live that day. So happy partner anniversary. Is that still going on? That's funny if it's still giving me credit for it today, because technically it was yesterday. But like I pointed out at the beginning of stream, it was actually my like first oh no. It was actually like today is what it was supposed to be. Do I want to keep using Abby in this comp? That is interesting. I now have to think about this, chat. Because, like, if I don't use Abby, who do I use? Summer DVR? Yeah, like, there's definitely replacements, but, like, is it somebody that I'm going to want to use? Because if I remember correctly, there's just enough Berserkers here to, like, mess with her ability to refund/deal enough damage. And that was the reason why I was doing Abby's, because Abby gave the enforced charge per turn, as well as the NP damage up for 3 turns for her allies. So it just kind of worked here as a buffing type of unit, but how many Bond Grails do I have? I have a decent chunk. It's not like I couldn't Bond Grail her. I don't use Abby enough where like I really particularly want to. That might change should the opportunity present itself, but I'm more or less just thinking of ideas here and like trying to like think of who I could put in that I don't normally use a whole lot. So we're thinking of like potentially like a quick buffer or something like that. Somebody that can provide increased refundability and or damage output. Shell's such a bottleneck. Oh yeah, I mean, don't feel bad about the fact that you're just sitting on this node. I mean, like, honest to God, I could probably even do something like Alexander, but I'm not sure if I'd get enough out of him. Riku, Nero Bride. Nero Bride's a little bit too obvious. I'd rather save Nero Bride. Riku, I would rather not use Riku as a support if I can help it. Woo? I don't know if it'll do enough. We'll just have to plug it in and see. Where's my woo? Am I blind? Deploy the woo. Chat, help. My eyes do not perceive woo. My eyes just like purposefully avoid her. It's a natural defense mechanism, chat. Did you try filtering by class? That was filtered by class. That doesn't do anything, does it? I guess we're critical. But I'm not sure that's gonna matter. She does get 10% charge off of that, but I don't need that. You avoid Summer Woo also? Yes, it's true. Blinded by Wov? I don't know about that, man. We know you don't like Woo, but still can. Listen, chat. The reason I don't like Woo is because we got robbed, okay? If you know, you know. Like, this is how Woo should have looked. And we didn't get this. Instead, we got something else. So to me, I've always been of the opinion, it's like, no, this is the Woo we should have gotten. And instead, we got some small, sassy granny child. CAD show Helena's first design? Wasn't Helena's first design in like a green, almost like military-like outfit? Yeah. 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 I think we all would have been rolling Helena at that point. That's like... That's just S-Death. Okay, but where's the problem? Step on me? Yeah, like, again, I think it's just one of those deals where, like, to me, it's a clear case of, like, the design they went with is not bad, but the other design choice would have just been more popular. Like, absolutely more popular. Yeah, so it looks like Woo will work. So we can abuse the Woo. Was there even a low reason given as to why Helena's a kid? Well, she's technically not a kid. She's just not like her full-fledged adult status, right? But my understanding with this is mostly that Helena is as she perceives herself to be, like, at her best. According to her own, like, words, right? Helena doesn't have the child servant trait, right? It's just this, it's basically just the appearance she prefers. Which I just want to say, chat, whenever you hear something like that and it's used as an excuse for why the character is younger, there's an obvious reason why that's happening. And like, again, we could say that in the case of like a childlike person or somebody that's even just like, hey, I'm just looking younger as an adult. And it's like, it's purely meant to make the character more attractive. The problem with this is when it is a child. And you have to go, why are we trying to make a child attractive? And therein lies my issue with it. But that's always the like narrative reason something is done. They'll give you all sorts of like actual reasoning for it in the lore, in the narrative, but like behind the scenes, why the writer or designer did that, that's why. Sounds like bullshit to me. It is. Military Helena wasn't waifu enough? I mean, if that's not waifu enough, what the fuck did we get? Just saying. I don't know about that one, boss. Like, comparatively, you got something far less waifu. But again, I know there's people out there that like Helena, so it's just one of those deals where when I look at that, I go like, man, what could have been there? The potential was good. Proto Helena would have legions of Sims. Yeah, I actually agree with that. And they could have gone for some weird sort of like military cult / like belief in the occult / like aliens, man. Yeah. Maybe Helena alter one day. Maybe. I saw on Twitter someone had a Grand Benkei. Big respect to that person. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think the Grand system is so bad that you can't just like take somebody to bail you out to a degree. Also keep in mind too, chat. Person could have absolutely grinded it out on some other character and then switched to Benkei, so it is what it is. But if that's the Grand they're going with, I think that's perfectly fine. And I think the game should be designed where like if they're gonna do something with the Grands in the end, okay, hear me out, chat. This will probably not be a popular opinion with some of you. With others, you'll completely agree with me. I don't believe the end of the story should be difficult. Sorry. I think if they make the end of part 2's story difficult, people won't complete it. And then people will be like, well, that's the point. It's supposed to be challenging. And I'll be like, yeah, not if they want to continue on. If they want to like get people to keep doing story and to actually progress through and to actually read it, making it prohibitively hard is just going to piss people off and make the casuals not play. And I'm not saying this as somebody who is casual themselves. I'm saying this as somebody who is absolutely hardcore into this game and who should have no business talking about what the casuals want. But I know for a fact that's the exact impact it'll have. Just the other day, chat, we were off in Dune, okay? And on our server in Dune, there is somebody named Artoria. There is somebody named Avalon, and we go and we talk to these people and we find out, oh yeah, they play FGO too. And they were talking about like, yeah, they're like scared to do like LB6, scared to do LB7. And it's like, that is the casual mentality. I can't emphasize that to you guys enough. Casuals don't really want the challenge in the game. I get that some people do. I'm not gonna like try to take that away from them. But in general, main story probably shouldn't be where we try to like really push the boundary of like what accounts can do. Not if the developer wants the player base in mass to complete it. If they make it harder, they will naturally just weed people out, of which some people will say good, of which I will say that's how you kill your game. So at the end of the day, to me, it just makes way more sense to instead go, hey, look, let's make the story where it's like the end requires grand servants to do, but it doesn't actually like pose that big of a challenge. That way you can go in and you can take your Grand Benkei in and you can be like, yeah, bro, I did it with my Grand Benkei. And then everyone would be like, dude, that's awesome. I think that's way better than like some bullshit thing that requires you to have like the perfect min-max setup, or like somebody that's going to sit there and be like, hey, you had to have like NP5 of this character, or you had to specifically use this character that had a niche against whatever the final enemy was. It's like, I don't like that. I think that's dumb. Just let people be overpowered as all crap. Let them bring their grands in and let them spank the crap out of whatever the end boss is. I think that's actually going to be a much more memorable and fun experience for people involved, not some sort of like crazy, like big challenge or anything like that. I think if they want to do a challenge version of the fight, that's fine. I think if they want to do like challenge extracurricularly, like within some sort of other thing, like, hey, we put out a raid or something at the same time, also fine. I don't have issue with challenge in the game. I have issue with the devs seemingly trying to like really raise the bar in the main quest, then turning around in the next year and being like, why aren't people completing the main quest? Like, of course you know why they're not completing the main quest. Look what you did. So the devs keep doing this and making this mistake, and I'm like, stop. You know what you're doing. This is your own fault. Stop doing it. Okay, chat. I'm also going to just real quick here. Actually, we have like 20 minutes, so I'm not going to bother with that yet. Essentially, the new player account also needs to have its runs done, but because we're not at a point where like the new player account is reset yet, we don't really need to touch it. So we'll go ahead and we'll go right into the grand system here on JP. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate it. OC3 final fight was hard. I didn't think honest to God, I thought the tandem fight of the two lovers in OC3. Oh wait, sorry, OC3. Not I'm thinking Lost Belt 3. Okay. I mean, yeah, maybe to a degree, right? Was the worst fight since Cerny? Yeah, I don't even like that comparison. It's like, it's not of the same difficulty level. But like, if I try to think about this, is that the most difficult fight in Ordeal Call? Yeah, you might be right. You might be. But I'm also going to tell you that almost all of LB5 and LB6 and LB7 are worse than anything that got put in Ordeal Call. So. I don't have a good ruler. Yeah, it happens. But that's where, again, like, I'm just going to say, it's like, okay, I understand, but also at the same time, I don't necessarily feel like those are of that, like, capacity. Somebody about to hit me with some Christian lyrics here? No. Oh, is this... Okay. Mm-hmm. Whee! Wait, when was the last time I rolled on JP? It, may or may not have been a moment on JP. It's your boy Yoko Taro. Yeah, no, that's why like I immediately went like, oh, okay, I see what this is. I'll have to think about this because I don't want to like sit here buying all of this right now. Just because I still haven't rolled out my boxes for the lotto on JP. Got a roll for the Aura Farmer? No. So let me just go ahead and clarify, because there have been some people that have said like, hey, I don't like Indra as Grand Lancer. From a lore perspective, you're wrong. From a perception and presentation perspective, you're 100% right. And I agree with you. I think this is a cheap, shitty cop-out. And they basically said, hey, here you go. Here's your Grand Lancer. And we just threw it out in front of you, despite for years people having in their head the ideas of who they thought would make a whole lot of sense for Grand Lancer, right? So in that regard, yeah, I don't fault anybody for not liking that they just kind of like suddenly made Indra appear and suddenly made him the Grand. I do agree with people that have that stance. From a lore perspective, the like argument he doesn't deserve to be, that's where it's like, no, I mean, he definitely deserves to be. He's literally like the Zeus of the Indian pantheon. He naturally has a whole lot of divinity and capability. Someone like that being the Grand makes a whole lot of sense. It's like trying to argue that like Grand Archer shouldn't be Gilgamesh or something like that. And it's like, while I understand that some people might not like the choice, lore-wise, it fits. It makes sense, right? But yeah, like in terms of how the developers went about introducing Indra and then turning him into the Grand Lancer, I agree. This just feels really forced, and it doesn't land as well to me as some of the other Grand choices do. Musashi being a Grand Saber choice, like not my pick with regards to who I think it should have been, but I'm still going to say, like, out of all the other candidates that existed out there, Musashi's an excellent choice, and I did rather like the way that they did that, especially for that character and kind of how she has gotten treated in the game. Herc getting a glow up as the Grand Berserker, also pretty damn cool. I liked that. I thought that was a really cool one. Indra as the Grand Lancer, easily the worst of the three right now, in my opinion. I think if Musashi is like a 9 out of 10 choice and Herc is a 10 out of 10 choice, then Indra is like a 2 out of 10 choice right here for me, just in terms of how they went about doing it. I think this is the one that I'm probably most disappointed in, and I think even within the same pantheon, a bunch of us would have just simply gone and said, it should have been Karna. So at the end of the day, when I look at this, I can definitely see why some people have some issues with it. At least to throw the lore people a bone here, from a lore perspective, it's also incredibly weird that you just actually have a straight up god coming in as the Grand. That you basically have been told for decades now that like divinities could not be actual servants, and the only times we've ever really gotten them have been like cheapy, like little like cheating exceptions. I think when we look at something like this is where I go like, yeah, this just feels like finally Nasu's just letting go of that. And that's where, like, again, I can understand why some people would maybe have issue with it. So I think this is an interesting choice, at least for discussion purposes. But yeah, I like I said, I think I kind of agree with the people that have fault with this choice being the Grand Lancer. Regardless of who I would have wanted to be Grand Lancer, this is probably not like one of the things that I would have thought that they should have done. And I'm going to say the same thing for any future release, just so that people will understand where I stand on this. I think if you come out with the character right before or during the grand reveal, that's kind of bullshit. I would 10 times rather one of our existing units get some sort of special treatment and get that like that slot in so that people could be like, oh hell yeah. I think that's something that's way more appreciated by the fan base rather than somebody they just trot out of nowhere seemingly. Didn't they say who is the Grand Servant is not related to the story in FGO? Yeah, basically. And so in that regard, like, I'm not going to read too much into it. Just like I said, it's kind of a presentation issue for me. I don't really care much about the lore implication of it, other than, again, like the fact that he is seemingly just straight up a god. So in most of the other cases, lore-wise, if we get a god, they're either a lesser divinity or they, again, like say in Artemis's case, she snuck into a spirit origin and kind of squished in there. So I think like in almost every other case we have some sort of like weird exception. This one, it does not actually feel like we do. It just feels like it's straight up Indra. I think it would have been better if they introduced Indra first as Grand and then made him summonable. No, I think I would hate that even more, actually. Like, I'll give them credit for at least doing some setup here, but I think the setup is too little, too late, and it's, like, kind of my major issue with this. So if they had done it that way, that would have been even worse in my mind. Roma would have made a lot more sense. I mean, at least at a point in the story, we do have Roma presented as the Grand. What I will say for this, and I think maybe like the one like silver lining here that I do like is this does sort of ram home the point of just because someone was a Grand does not make them the Grand, like some people have been arguing for years. We've kind of tried to point this out to people for a while now, and this has been the case for years already, but people kind of had it like set in their mind, like their own sort of like fan fiction of like, this is the go-to, right? Like oh, this is the Grand Lancer, this is the Grand Saber, this is the Grand Archer, and it's like, no, it's not. That's not been the way it's ever really worked. People just kind of jumped out to that extreme and assumed it. So this kind of reinforces that and hammers that point home. Whereas I feel like up to this point, some people could have gone and said like, well, Musashi was my choice for Grand. Well, Herc was my choice for Grand. So therefore the Grand is always like exactly who it should have been. And it's like, no, like Indra here is kind of proving that point to a lot of people since we did have a previous Grand Lancer. So. Honestly, I do agree with that, Jay. I think like had they given Indra a special summon, it might have helped some. Like doing a little bit more in the presentation sense would have been a little bit better, right? I have seen a Grand Indra today. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, like I mean, again, it's pretty quick and easy to get a lot of this stuff here, and again for the next 6 days here. So, chat, everything with this version of the Grand Duel is the exact same as before, with 2 exceptions. We have a different tree, which has been the case. We had a different tree for the Berserkers as well, whether or not people noticed. At least for one, like the outer rung of the tree always seems to be different. The inner rung is always the same. And then we also have this battle is an AoE battle as opposed to single target, which if you guys remember, for those of you guys that did watch the video, I'm sure you're like patting yourself on the back right now going like, man, I did a good job. I listened to Kat. We basically predicted the fact that not only was Indra going to be it because of what Trubs was saying, but also that this may or may not be like our first AoE one. And I think a lot of people were kind of like expecting this should be just to be more of the same. And they got kind of maybe like blindsided by this aspect. If anyway, they should have switched this Lotto with the Lohi Lotto at least. That'd give a lot longer time knowing him. It wouldn't have been a terrible idea, but then you wouldn't have had Lohi for some of the like clear technique on the Grand Berserker duel, so that might have pissed some people off. You say that, but apparently he's gender unknown. Yeah, so he's gender unknown because he is a like tandem servant. He has his like side ads there that one is male, one is female, and so he's gender unknown because there's multiple here going on. And that's probably what the explanation is for why we get a proper divine. He's probably squished himself in or something like that. I don't really know. All I'm going to say is at the end of the day, that like that appears to be what they're doing, but that's kind of one of the reasons why I thought it was going to be AoE, because it's like, okay, that's a really odd choice. Why do they have like other characters here? And it makes sense that they would also make that a part of the duel as part of the gimmick. But okay, chat, since we're getting close to getting capped out, let's do a thing. Now, I have been told that I need both AoE and single target. I've also been told to prioritize a like other people's grands, right? So I don't think that's a terrible idea. Though admittedly, this may cause some issues because of like charge purposes and such. So I have heard that again, he's not he's still gender unknown. So I will say this, like the people that were griping that like Lilith was screwed by Herc, I'm like, hey, that's not that big of a deal, okay? Because this is just a bad matchup for one character. In Indra's case, Indra appears to purposefully be a bad matchup for the majority of Lancers. There's one Lancer in my mind that sticks out as like really good against him, and that's Bryn. You also do have anti-divinity still for Shisho, but like you can't stun him, which fucks over Shisho stun, and Enkidu's anti-divine stun. And he's gender unknown, which screws over Consort U Lancer and Tamamo Lancer. This is literally like a massive middle finger design wise to a bunch of the prominent Lancers. And in that regard, I'm like, dude, that's just mean. That's evil. You did not have to do it this way. I'm not seeing too many people that have done their grand yet. Did people just not have a Grand Lancer? Like, did people not have a person that they had grailed up to that point? Guess we're gonna go with most here because most at least has a 120 NP5. Oh my god, I can take Lancers. Yeah, she's in Ascension 1, so I'm gonna have to like try to figure something out here with regards to this. Wait, what? No. Game. No. Game. Thank you. Hmm. I'm just thinking about like how much firepower I'm gonna need here for Lartoria. Because like I could do cranking and just get the NP off immediately, but I'm not gonna have as much firepower if I do that, and I'm worried about like I don't know if this first battle I have to deal with the ads or anything like that. Actually, how is my Shisho? Does she have? So I could actually grand my Shisho if I wanted to. She is in P2, level 100. Where is it? I know I have it on JP. There's a particular craft essence I'm looking for, chat. There it is. Knights of Marines, MLB. And then So we're gonna have to go with something single target here. Where is she? My eyes. Four, damn it. Got nothing else really to equip. Gonna turn both those off until we get to the top level here. That's fine, is why I'm taking Lartoria with the 5-star ticket. I mean, like I did say, Lartoria has a lot of like buff capacity now, so it's really, really nice. Obviously she could do solid damage herself, but oh, look at that. We got the Grand Duel cinematic here. See, this doesn't even feel like a grand fight. Bro is just lounging, taking a drink. He doesn't even look like he's taking this seriously. This doesn't feel like some epic showdown. This just feels like we're about to like punch this man in the balls and run away. This is kind of messed up no matter how I want to do this. So I'm just like sitting here thinking about order of operations. I guess I'll take her AoE. I mean, she is a grand, so feels like that's probably the better case, but I'm not going to get the NP off properly otherwise, I suspect. Okay, then I have to think about overcharge effects here. So Melisson gets Buster up. Shit, what is she shows overcharge? Has been a hot minute. She shows death proc. And Lartoria's is refund. So I think we're going to do it like that. Mostly because I need to make sure the ads are killed. And I don't know if my non-grand Lartoria can do it yet. Never mind. She could. Never mind. So basically nothing, yeah. It's just in order to get rid of his damage resistance, you have to kill the side ads. So that's kind of why I did it in the order I did it in, because I wasn't sure how much damage my Lartoria was going to do in that situation. But there you go. It worked. 3K bond. Jesus. You doubted your waifu? Chat knows I have a bad tendency of doing that. And I always get proven wrong, therefore proving exactly why, like, I waifu them in the first place. Man, okay, chat. Who are we gonna pick? are we gonna pick based off of the existing choices? Huh. Now you will see, chat. I do have multiple. Okay. So we could do like a Lalter there, but it's gotta be. Oh my god. I hate when I try to take a picture on the phone and it just locks the screen instead. That shit just aggravates me. Sorry, I'm trying to like pause it so that we don't miss anything here. Blue bulb? I know. There we go. Okay. I mean, I could take her damage C, but like her bond C, but it's like not really worth at that point. Cause like, yeah, I mean it's like a little bit more attack up and stuff, but it's not. Okay, I was gonna say I didn't remember if it asked you right there or not. I need to finish this off because technically that's some missing attack power. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just taking commemorative photos. These aren't for you, they're for me. So that, 60 years from now when I'm sitting there with my like great grandchild on my knee, I'm gonna be like, listen here, you little shit. I'm gonna be like, we played this game called Fate Grand Order, and I had a mommy milker servant. Okay, nothing we can do yet because we got to actually do the run. Let's go check the actual grand score here, though. Oh wow, so there's actually a lot I haven't done yet on this. Looking at that, that's a little bit more of the issue here. I'm not worried too much about the unlockers. I'm worried a little bit more about the firepower. Not even Max Lancer. To be fair, haven't needed it. I have the NP damage ups. So, like, not maxing out the rest has just been like, well, this is kind of overkill. So, let's see how she does without me maxing out the rest. If she just kills regardless, then I'm not going to need it, right? Yep. Why does Cad sound like Bill Clinton? Shit, you right. There you go, Strom. But Strom, your niche isn't effective here. No. It's so sad, honestly. Like the fact that like this is just like the case. Like there's clearly, it's clear that people would have loved to have been able to pop off with their units, and then the devs are just like, but what if we screwed you? Did I have Don Quixote on this account? Mr. Windmill Man has evaded me. What other CE do I put in here? Needs to be Bond. That's Mystic and Bond. I'm not leveling a Mystic code. I mean, there's always like that for 5% more, but can't take Bond and QP because that's Detective Falms. I guess I could take Bond and Master level. I just, God, which one is the Bond and Master level C? It's been forever. Is it this one? I think it's this one. It's tea or dinner time, isn't it, chat? Not what I clicked. Yeah, Bonded Master. God. Like I said, I almost never take the C because you just don't need to. But like my Bond and QP one's already taken. I've taken the other two good Bond ones that I have. There is literally nothing else that I feel like I actually need here. And like Mystic Code, I can't do anything with that. So that only leaves Master because Master I'm technically not capped on yet. Technically. Not taking the lawful good one? I could. You could bring a 2-star instead of Marianning. Yeah. I just get the feeling that I'm going to have to like eventually incorporate a buffer in. But for this early one here, I assume like I can probably just Lartoria this. Oh, whoops. Technically targeting the wrong one there. All right, let's see. I mean, he still has damage resistance, so she probably doesn't do enough right off the rip. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, never mind. Damn, I've always wondered why Tamamo Lancer has such low FPS in her Noble Phantasm. Have you guys ever noticed that? It's really weird. Year one servant. Oh, you're right. You're right. She needs that animation upgrade. Shake it like a Polaroid picture? Exactly. Wait. Did they just start us out with 100? Weren't there 90 versions of the notes at first? No, yeah, you had to work your way through the plus and then to the stars. Okay. See, so like this, you'd get 50% here, plus 20 assuming she has the append. You'd be sitting on 70%. She can give herself another 20, but you're 10 shy? So I guess you'd have to take like a mystic code or something for that, or bring a support that can give 10% charge. Why do I get the feeling this is Shiki's as well? That is a perfected Lartoria. Holy shit. That, that is a good Lartoria. Marianne is 10%, yeah. Waifu go burr, chat. That Lartoria is why servant coins are borked, pretty much. It actually might be Shiki. I'm not even certain. I have Shiki added on my JP account. There's a couple artists I have added. And if you guys pay attention, sometimes you'll see them pop up on my list. Easy. This double Lartoria with either Shisho or Mel? Potentially, yeah, right. Can I find that Lartoria again? No! I demand Lartoria again. Yes. Yes, thank you, Namden. We'll make this work. We'll make this work. I swear to you. You know what? The booba sandwich. We're going to go with that. Okay? We don't have to. We're doing it because we want to. You're essentially getting 100% party-wide MP strength, which is insane to say. Yep. I mean, especially considering, like, you're not running a support caster, right? Like, it actually is kind of just dumb. Do you think part 2 finale will use bond level for damage modifiers again? It depends. It depends, like, if like it's all grand focus, then probably not, because I think it's just gonna assume that it's like, hey, the bond gimmick there is like, do you have the like bond C unlocked? But if it's something like, hey, we've added like raids on the side or something to it, I could see it. And that may be what they do. They may just go like, hey, here's some like raids that you can do with your bond unit, or with your grand unit, so that you could just shit on it. How much attack up does Liz give to females? She gives 40% to specifically to females. So basically 20% to everybody, 20% to females, and then she also do a defense down. So that has buff removal, by the way. You can definitely abuse Liz for that that juicy little extra bit there. Do I want to use those 15? No, I don't. I'll just start using Blapples here. Now, chat, do you think they're ever going to do a thing? Oh, here, we'll use an Erish. Do you think they're ever going to do a thing where they go like... Here's quartz for how many blue apples you've used. I can't imagine they would, but like if you think about it, that would be the most like evil way to actually get people to spend their stuff, right? It's like, oh, you're sitting on a hoard of blue apples? That's how to get people to actually spend them. Cursor? I know how much Jay loves my I know how much Jay loves my my mouse. Even if they do, probably not worth the conversion. Well, and that's my advice if they did something like that would be like, hey, this is great, but this is obviously something that you get over time. Don't do it like right off the bat, right? And it'd be easy because they could put a cap on it. They could just say like it only applies to like the first 100 or something like that. But still funny to me. Okay, so now do I need to actually start taking a single target here? This is interesting to test out, nonetheless. Bring it back? Oh, now you want it? Here, I know where to put it. Put it like right here so that it's like picking his nose. Right? I always want it. It's like an Easter egg. It's like, where's Waldo, right? You gotta find the cursor. It's hidden somewhere in the background. I'm seeing all these A3 mellows with a black grail bad civ. So if you had an A3 mellow with a black grail with a 50% charge effect on her, plus her append, her first skill alone would be enough to charge her up to full, and that would then be like giving you like, hey, now you can press the third skill and get even more firepower. Just saying, it would be an easy recipe for an easy AoE. But it's not gonna like get you that single target kill. Doesn't S3 not give you battery? Yeah, it gives you NP damage instead. So that's what people are doing. They're going, hey, I'm going to start out at 0. I'm going to use the 50% effect from being grand. I'm going to have a 20% append. I'm going to get 30% from her first skill. So that is enough. That combination gets you to full charge. Okay? But what it does is the third skill now gives you NP damage instead of 100% charge. So they're using this to squeeze more damage out. You don't need the battery if you get the 50%, right? Yep, it's the same reason why like my Lartoria has like a Black Grail equipped. There's no real reason for me not to. Which I gotta admit, man, really helped out that I got MLB Black Grail before the Grand system started rolling out. I did not think that was going to be the case, but that really, really, really did help me. Also, I have not been paying attention to the amount of damage I'm doing. That may be a mistake. I may want to do that. What is that below turn in the screen? This is a field effect. I can't read what that says. You'd have to tell me. But it's a unique effect to the fight. If I had to guess, this is probably like making Lancers deal more damage, or it's like some sort of unique effect to Indra. Sorry, if you guys want, I'll keep it up here for a second more. I feel like in this case, Lartoria is generally the best support unit to bring, because you keep her in first ascension, use Lartoria to get insane damage buffs, and basically go to town. Yeah, I pointed this out to you guys before, that like a lot of people were like talking about like granting their Melisson and being like, oh, but it's a shame that I can't do this or this or this. And I'm like, dude, just like literally like Lartoria buffs her because Melisson in her early form is considered a knight of the round. So it's like you could just sit there and abuse that aspect to it. But like in terms of like even not including that, I mean, Lartoria is still getting you like 40% up in modifiers, right? So like I'm not going to say that that can't be beat. Like Liz, for instance, could beat it. It's just like, yes, this is a really useful thing considering the unit also has 50% charge, and you could just use them to take out the side adds. So in that regard, in terms of like raw firepower and kit suitability, yeah, Lartoria is extremely well suited to this. Is she like the, hey, you have to have her? No, definitely not. But I can imagine that, yeah, like not having her would probably restrict options a bit. Okay, what was I doing? Anyways. And we're getting up there in terms of damage capacity now. So I am just going to keep doing one of these. Or I'm basically just swapping in and out. Get drained, son. We are going to get to the point where I'm not sure I'll be able to kill the side adds. So it's at least a little bit precarious. I'm going to assume Strom's done a little bit more granding than I have. Made her go from not needed to she kind of became a must-have. I wouldn't say that, but I would say again, like I know several people that like, and honest to God, I just think this is a like blatantly dumb take, right? That like, oh, Lartoria was like the worst SSR in the game. And I'm like, that's rich considering Lartoria has 50% charge. It could easily be a great farming unit still. Her damage was always her big concern. Always. And even then, for years, Lartoria was like one of the higher Lancers in terms of damage output. It really had only been since Melisson that anything like that had gotten called into question. And then Erish got a buff as well that also just kind of like, it brought Erish out of the pit and pulled her up into relevancy again. So at that point, looking at that, I'm just like, while I understand this, I'm like, Lartoria still, to me, had a pretty like cohesive and fine kit. She still had a lot of capability. Yeah, there were some things like in the Korean Sky system that screwed her, but calling her like the worst SSR is like, I don't know. To me, that's just kind of a smooth brain take. I definitely think there are plenty of other options for who we could consider to be the worst. I still don't think that this needs to be a pissing match, though, over who is the worst. So usually when I see people say stuff like that, I assume it's literally being done as bait. it is 100% being said just to like create controversy. And I look at people like that and I just go like, yeah, this is why like I'm not going to take your take seriously. Even if we talk about story locked SSRs, Mabe exists. Mabe's actually really not that bad now. Like her kit's still a little clunky, but damage wise, Mabe's just insane, especially in her niche. Who do you think the new Copium Summer Servant is? Koyan? I'm gonna say no, purely to salt the Koyan fans. No, I like honestly, no. The one that's taken it over, straight up, it's Lalter, and it has been. Like the second Arish got it, it's been Lalter. Lalter has been the one that everyone's been being like, why isn't this a summer unit yet? Why is there not a summer unit for her? Can we please get her? Can we please get her some sort of love, some sort of attention? So Lalter kind of just immediately took over that mantle from Arish. After Lalter, it's going to depend on like who doesn't get chosen this year. But I could come up with several units that I think could be a thing. I think at the end of the day, though, we're getting a little bit more out of the phase of like, oh, this unit is the Copium one that like everybody wants. Because I think we're just at that point, you're getting to the point where it's getting pretty divided. And yes, I do have a video predicting the summer units, so. It's even a gag on the Fujimaru anime, right? So it's like, when you start getting to like that level, like, I mean, I could also sit there and say Passion Lip for obvious reasons. Like, there's been yet another one there where it's like, that's been referenced by the devs, and the devs seemingly are going like, huh? Summer Passion Lip fans found dead in Miami. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I think like it's probably Passion Lip and probably Lalter are probably our big two at the moment. Beyond that, I think it's a little bit more scattered. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like people are gonna want like Cuckoo. People are gonna want Koyan. People are gonna want Arcuid. I don't really have issue with like any of them being summer or anything like that. I think they will be. I think they're all very popular units. I think the ones that probably will be the Copium will end up being units that maybe like just don't have nearly as much like pull. Like they're not necessarily going to be like an option that people would think of. So I think like that's where you're going to look at like a unit like say like Drake or even like a unit like Medea where they feel like they're forgotten and they feel like the devs just don't want to like give them the time of day. So I think when you look at stuff like that, that's where you start to go like, okay, that's probably our next true actual Copium beyond these two. Chiome is the Copium pick. There's definitely people that want Chiome, Avalon included, right? I think I don't think the popularity of Chiome though is enough to say like, hey, that's the Copium pick. I think if you look at someone like say Medea, like yeah, that's definitely a Copium one because naturally there's a lot of people that like her, but obviously due to the situation with her VA, I'm not sure something like that is going to be like happening anytime. God damn it, of course I did it on the wrong skill. I don't think something like that's going to be the thing that happens anytime soon, so. Are we going to get a summer servant disguised as an Annie servant again? Probably. I look at the Copium ones as the ones people think of, but the devs don't feel like doing, so the players use the Copium one as a meme. Yeah, no, I agree. And that's like every single one I've said is 100% in line with that type of thinking. Because I think it's like, at the end of the day, it just boils down to, ooh, wow, I way underrolled this. I think it just boils down to like who the devs are willing to do. Go in reverse order of NP gain capability. Didn't get that crit. Damn, almost got the Marianning NP. The memes, Jack! We have to go for it, chat. I'm sorry. It's just like, I can't not. I can't not when there's the Lalter chain there. Let her bully this man. Okay, calm down there, Mr. Power Mod. I think we try to play for a Lartori NP in case this doesn't kill. And it kills. It's already dead. Just from those first 2 hits. Any thoughts on Summer LB6 Part 2 with Habitat, Aurora, and Coral? Probably not. I'm going to say this flat out. While the upcoming story for the upcoming summer is cool, it's interesting, and it's a fun summer event, they need to never do that again. Why? I think as much as people liked it, it also just pissed people off that it was an entirely LB6 summer. So, like, yeah, I'm gonna say, like, hey, don't do that. No, that's just one of those where there's too much potential for like bad publicity. Not that people don't like LB6, people do. It's just I also think there's a contingent of people that are really tired of LB6. They want FGO to kind of like move beyond LB6, and I don't disagree with them. As somebody that does still majorly like LB6, I have some complaints about it, some gripes with it. I think I agree with the people that are like, hey, yeah, FGO absolutely needs to move on. Why am I getting all of these tutorials done? Did I need to like take Lancers or like defeat Lancers for this? Is this something that's new with the Grand release? Aurora can stay in NPC jail for the rest of eternity. No. By the way, chat, we did get some new quality of life. They did make it so that now you can see the 5-star foes and stuff like that. So it is a thing. Because that was something, if you guys hadn't noticed, is like in the like interface in your inventory, you actually like had no real way of seeing it there. You could also see who a C is equipped to as well. Yep. Okay. I think we got all of that. Let's go back out of that. I think, is it that button? No, not that button. That button. Okay. So now's probably a good time to talk to you guys about the changes to the system. I tweeted it out. Nobody really gave a rat's ass because y'all don't follow me on Twitter or retweet my stuff, I guess. But, we updated the sheet for all the buffs. This does include Saber and Berserker, but we also kind of had to have a whip because we had to have a like sort of like dummy placement for one of the icons. Because at least when we were like when Avalon was getting this set up, I was told that basically the the like data mine had not like fully completed on that. So there just was kind of a stand-in. But basically, chat, again, the top 2 tiers. So again, your innermost circle and the 4 corners here are always the same, basically. Okay, so these are pretty much the same across all the grand units. What changes are these. So these are your like each quadrant's extremities. Each of these 8 buffs keeps changing. Now, we do have a lot of similarity amongst them. Like, there's generally card-specific buffs, including, like, chains and everything. But the effects and what's on them does seem to change. The Master Skill cooldown reduction has been the same. To me, this is arguably one of the worst ones to get at this point. But at the end of the day, looking at these, obviously, like an Arch Chain, this was going to be really good for you if you're trying to, like, get back to an NP. But to me, probably the biggest 2 are right here. It's the Buster Up giving 30 to 80% scaling crit damage, which is insane damage buff there. And then the Mighty Chain giving 20 to 50% attack up for 2 turns if that happens. That's really, really nice. And you can see it scales with missing HP. So again, there is some really, really nice capability here to, excuse me, to just like manage to get some extra firepower. So this is something that you actually could potentially be able to use, just FYI. If you're combining units here for your grand clears, you could say, instead of taking like 2 buster units, you could take like a buster and a quick unit, or a buster and an arts unit, and then like slot in another card to complete the Mighty Chain there. And then that's going to grant like your grand that effect. So definitely a really, really nice one. Also, if the grand you were taking on support that was also part of that chain had this effect, they could also potentially get it from that. So it is interesting to see, and this could be something that you could use to get a little bit more firepower into your composition. Just looking at the rest of them here, you can see the charge up applies a one time 3 turns before using an NP. Basically, if the enemies have a defensive buff, it will remove the buff before damage. If the enemies don't have a defensive buff, it will grant 50% power mod 5 times. What does this mean? Chat, this is just 50% damage bonus. Think of it like an event damage bonus. This is a non-specific power modifier. Normally when you see power mods in the game, this is a like anti-divine or anti-dragon or anti-male or something like that. This is just 50% extra power modifier on top of everything else. So the way to think about this is, other than for like, say, the purposes of like Oberon, who can double up sources of NP damage, just think of this as literally like an NP damage buff for your clears. Now, because it's power mod, it's more than that. It's not just going to apply to your NP. This is also going to apply to everything you do, including normal carding and critting. So this is a really, really effective modifier here. But again, it's going to depend on what you're facing and stuff. So I do think, like, as we go like into the future and maybe see like other potential uses for grands, this could be a really, really strong effect for the Lancers. I do really, really like this one. Just kind of talking about the quick one here, because I didn't really mention it. This does increase star gen as well as star absorption for the character that gets to be part of a quick chain. I feel like this is arguably the weakest one, but this is definitely something that we can use amongst the card buffs to our advantage. So each one of these just a boon that you wouldn't normally have. You can see down here also that if you don't do a specific chain, so you're not doing a quick chain, an arch chain, a buster chain, a mighty chain. If you're doing a non-specific chain, it will grant you the self-evasion to self, stackable with other non-grand score evades. So this is interesting, at least in the sense that you just straight up get a stackable evade. For someone like OG Ku, this is just insanely ridiculous. For other units, this is okay. It's nice. It's a good defensive capability, but like, on OG Ku, this could be really, really strong. And here's the thing, okay? I'm going to state this because this just came up earlier in the stream. Y'all were mentioning a certain fight in Ordeal Call 3. That fight, and part of what makes it difficult, is that it is, to date, the only fight in the game that has Solemn Defense Pierce. it stands to reason that at some point in the future, we will encounter that again. There is a weakness, though, for Solemn Defense Pierce. Solemn Defense Pierce pierces Solemn Defense and invulnerability, but not evasion. So, if we take a look at this right here, okay, now we actually managed to have an evasion buff for one of the units that stacks with another source of evasion. So this could be a potential solution to some sort of fight in the future where we have to take the Grands, we come up against Solemn Defense Pierce, and boom, there you go. You have a unit that can actually give themselves evasion with only a 4-turn cooldown. Not bad, I would say, at least in that regard. And you can also see the additional effect here is that while evade is active on self, any incoming damage exceeding 5,000 is straight up reduced to just 5,000. Now, that still seems like probably a lot of damage, but that is usually going to be enough to keep you alive. So that is actually another really, really powerful effect here. So you have a whole lot of kind of unique buffs for the Lancers here that I think in the future we might see them becoming a really, really powerful effect. Naturally, it's going to depend on the fight. It's going to depend on what we're facing. Obviously, for someone like Indra, some of the stuff isn't just really going to come into play too much. But it is interesting to think about the what if down the line for what it is that we might be facing towards the end. So, yeah, definitely a really, really interesting lineup here for Grand Score. And again, this is pretty much par for the course. It's the exact same deal as some of the other ones. Berserker had the non-specific chain granting guts, and Saber basically just had the non-specific chain granting defense up. So you can expect more buffs along this line, but it'll be interesting to see what they do for each class. And now we're seeing, not only are we getting some patterns developing for the Grand Score releases, but we're also seeing things are changing with every release. And so we can maybe like predict, at least to a degree, some of the stuff that might change. Just dodge, Lamau? Yeah, exactly. Hope you're doing well tonight. Yep. Doing great. So at least for me, taking a look real quick right back here at this, to me, we know these are known quantities. Obviously, certain things like the starting charge one can be really, really nice depending on your unit. For me, I'm using Lartoria. I had the 50% effect. She has a 50% charge. I don't really need it. So, like, this is not a like go-to choice for me right away. So instead, I'm going to look a little bit more at these and try to determine what is it that I think that I could need that could help out my character a little bit more with clearing. Naturally, just like card type ups and stuff will help out. These do scale based off of your class score, and we do have bond level as well across all of your Lancers being the indicator there. And then the later effects either just don't have scaling or they scale depending on your missing HP values. So in that regard, for things that I should probably target, something like the Buster and Mighty Chain effects are certainly really, really nice for improving. Same thing here with this effect. I don't know specifically, and chat would have to tell me if Indra's if Indra's like just hard damage resistance modifier counts as a defensive buff for this effect or not. But if it doesn't, then this is just going to immediately give me 50% power mod, and that should be really, really nice. Either way, since I'm using an AoE Grand, it should come into play on the ads. So yeah, it's still probably worth it for me to actually take this and try to get to this ASAP. So we can see here, that's going to be under the Buster tree. This is perfect. That's going to synergize pretty well for getting immediately to that and that. So that's probably where I'm likely to go after, just right off the rip. So give her the Buster up to help her. Unfortunately, the additional healing up, not really a great effect for me. Don't care too much about it. And we haven't done enough clears to unlock anything else. But we should get it pretty quick since we're going to be doing just the kind of like final tier node here. It's what I've done before. It's what I'm going to do again. And it's usually just kind of the best case for us. Indra's new mat, the sarcophagus, also drops from grand fights. Perfect. Also, are we sure it's a sarcophagus? All right, so last time we were a little bit lackluster in the damage department. I'll take Strom again. Let's try to get this figured out in terms of damage amplification capability. I can certainly do something like Liz here instead, as we've already indicated. My Liz not super skilled up, but should be enough here for this purpose. And maybe swap out dinner time here with a Knights of Marines in the back line, just to make sure that we have some kind of damage capability. Indra isn't male because of the group servant stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, if Indra were male, this would just absolutely be slaughtering it. Oh, actually, I forgot to do the charm, so that didn't matter anyways. But yeah, Avalon, do you know, does his NP damage resistance here count for the Lancer's defensive buff? Still waiting for a Bryn buff? Yeah, Bryn would be absolutely fantastic against him. Oh, it's close. Yeah, not enough, but still pretty close. Probably should edit it. Yeah, that'd actually be a good thing. I'd edit that in, because that was definitely a question I had. Yeah, just going to line up the mighty chain here and go to town. You can see, obviously, the Lancer buffs here just making this still pretty short work, regardless of the fact that, like, I'm not able to one-shot with this particular composition. So, as long as it's doing its duty, I can't really complain. And there are other ways I can beef damage up, in particular, certain craft essences and things, but let's see what else we can do here. Oh, I also probably need to turn on my my storm pods. Well, yeah, I probably need to turn on my storm pods. And then my advice to you guys, like, turn your storm pods on for this, but 3 days out from it ending, turn them back off. That way you accumulate up to max storm pods, so then after the duration ends, you can still immediately do like 9 more of them. Once the like restriction goes back into effect. Okay, there we go. We're gonna take the power modifier there. That should help things out a bit. And then I'll probably end up taking the Buster Chain one very quickly after that. And then we'll start working on probably the extra chain here, since we can go towards the Mighty Chain buff there. Like I said, the starting charge one's also really good depending on the unit that you're taking. In my case, Lartori doesn't really need it, so it's not really too big of a deal. Lancer Ryko could be another decent one. This is one of those where I will turn on the ability to see people's opins. Because kind of matters here. Okay, so Bob does have the 20% there. He's also got the 50% effects. It'll be 70. Is consort use charge 20%? I think it's 20% self, right? Hi, Kat, have you thought about using Karna for this? Yeah, but Karna being AoE, I don't necessarily need him. Obviously, the anti-divine would help out. 20%, yeah, okay. So I would need 10% more. Not the most ideal. Also not the most ideal. Kind of overkill. There you go. There's a Grand Indra chat. Do you have Brad? I should. $70, so she's 90. She also needs 10%. Oh my god. Let's just give this a try and see what we can do with it. He does have the anti-divine power mod. Okay, gonna turn both these back on. I kind of need to play around with this a little bit, see who can do what in terms of damage. Oh, wait, no, okay, sorry. I'm doing all the math in my head, assuming that that the grand buffs aren't in play. But the grand buffs absolutely can provide more charge. So naturally that can mean that the unit can already have the capability. They should have given Shisho 30%. I do agree with that. I think when I look back, some of the buffs that they have given to some of the Lancers have been like woefully pathetic compared to others. And it feels like it was done kind of to like somehow keep them in check when they already had several monsters in the class and they actually needed to not keep them in check. Like the monsters needed to be kept in check, but the units they were giving buffs to, it's like, yeah, you didn't give them enough to actually compete. So Shisho will do Shisho things. And that's kind of what I expected she would. She's got that anti-divinity 100% modifier there. It's gonna do work. Shisho is probably just the quintessential, like, killer of this fight. Not including a saber face. I realized my mistake. It's all good. I have to, chat. I'm sorry. This is gonna be painful, but I have to. Okay? Like, I know what y'all are thinking, but I have to. Have some self-control, Cat. No! It is what it is, exactly. Cat, how about Tamamo Lancer? Somebody just got to stream, I see. Not sure what classes are extra too. This depends on whether or not we're talking class score or other things in the game. Yeah, so even mine still does 847k. Definitely not the best, but again, it is what it is. Oh! Wow, don't not be a Grand Lancer, I guess. I'm gonna prioritize mine instead of Shisho. Forgive me, Shisho. And we're gonna focus on the grand cards because of necessity here. We need somebody's NP this turn before the buffs wear off. And of course, he's just gonna spend his entire turn focusing on Shisho. Dude, I swear sometimes the AI, it knows and it just spreads its damage on purpose. It does it because it knows that, like, if it does anything else, it will end up charging you. $97%. Okay, it at least got one. You fool, you've activated my trap card. You've put Liz in here. Just gonna send the full Buster chain there. Addo, thank you for the 40. Thank you for the happy partner wishes. Appreciate it, my dude. Go for a CAD, use command seals, no one will judge you. Why use command seals? I don't need that. It's a 4-turn. It's ugly, but it works, chat, and it killed. Oh, is somebody asking about the saber faces for extra 2? Yeah. No, there'd be a saber face for every grouping in that regard. I accidentally rotated my AoE servant out. Oh no. Let's see. Party. Damn. That's a beefy Percival. Oh, do I trust this? Wait. Kagadura doesn't have the charge. Oh no, Chad, I have a solution. It's a shit solution, but it's a solution. Oh wait. Oh god damn it, I forgot they buffed the first skill. Yeah. Now I just gimped my Shisho when I didn't need to. We'll go for the arts card there, see if we can loop her. Try to Shoka? No. I mean, we're in the fooling around stage before I, like, find a composition that I think is like, hey, this is my go-to, right? Marlartori's still putting in decent work against him, actually. Considering he's got damage resistance. Not bad. Absolutely doable if we had better buffing there. So a 120 Kagetora could absolutely kill him. You know what? This is for earlier. This is for earlier. He killed my Shisho. He now has to die. Does Kagetora appear in the shop? I like her design. Yes. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few people waiting on her, if only for no other reason than they probably just want the coins at this point. Pion revenge, exactly. Indra's sky attribute, isn't he, too? That screws over Erish. I will admit, there's way too many Melos. Like, in the honest sense of, like, I guess I should probably try working it with a, like, single target Mel. Let's see. So, boom, boom. Erk's got it. We'll give this a shot. Indra's anti so many Lancers. Yeah, it's really just a major, like, kick in the balls by the devs in that regard. Yeah, should be fine. Pressing the third skill. Don't press the third skill. Don't press the third skill. Does it live rent-free, or do Mellow fans become insufferable at certain points in time where they have to actually pay to highlight a message to get their message seen? I want her coins and the buff. Yeah. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, wait, didn't they buff her? And I checked, I was like, I thought it was on the second skill. I was like, no, the second skill's not buffed. But I pressed the first skill, I was like, oh, damn. It gave her the charge. How's your Ultra Lancer Arturia? She's doing work. I mean, again, this is like, to me, this is going to be a similar scenario to the Saber Grand scenario, where it's like, okay, I had to take OG Artoria, but I still had to clear the fight. So it's like, it's not, in that regard, it's not really going to matter who you grant. As long as you have good enough friends to kind of be able to, like, power you through, you should be able to manage. I saw Paco granding Janta, which I found funny. Jesus. Wait, but Paco didn't grand, like, Indra, who he drew? At least that was my understanding. That's interesting. Banana Rotate lives rent-free in Ash's Head? True. Truer words never spoken. So Czar has... What is this craft essence? This is A. This is a decent arts up. Alright. Alright, Czar. I think this is a cultured choice, so I'm going to use your unit. But... Brilliant Lancer has what, 20? No, 30% charge. Okay. So with an MLBA, what, 10 shy, unless he has buffs. He doesn't have the append. Wait, did I actually select Zars there? Okay, I did. Wait, no, that should be fine. That should be enough. I had to think about it, but I was like, hold on. Right, I needed a waterside battlefield buff for her. Paco has a bunch of Lancers, right? That's why, like, Jonta being the one that he went with is even funnier in that regard. It's like, I refuse to choose one of them here. They got their unsponsored podcast. He's doing it. I did it. I took the thick thighs that saved the lives. I do wish that she didn't change her outfit for the Noble Phantasm. Not that I don't mind this outfit, but it's like, yeah, I feel like that would have been a pretty easy thing, is to like just change like just have like two versions of the NP, one with like her first outfit, one with her second. Okay, unfortunately, she only got 62% off of that, but we could probably get her back again. Here we go. Arts card doing work there. So it should be a pretty clean 3-turn here. Been asking for that from a Realtor too. Yeah. I to me, that's one of the points of like, I really feel like they spend all this time and effort trying to like flesh out the characters more, and I'm like, you skimp on like the one thing we would want to see. And it's where like my theory of like, hey, they have actual like roadblocks at the like animation department comes from, is because to me that would be the easiest way to make the character like feel more fleshed out, is like do a little bit more in the NP department, and I think you'd be fine. And I probably could have made that comp work a little bit better as well. Just saying. Okay. I'm impressed that someone has a Indra already at Bond 10. That's actually like moderately impressive. Let's go with this. Somebody on the Final Fantasy X playlist today? Hell yeah. I gotta get back to Final Fantasy X. I don't have the Mighty Chain buff, but Hodiko might. So we'll go with it. Like, but Cad, we know that people had Bond 10 the day a new servant comes out, but of course, that's more of the crazy ones. Yeah, I mean it's a lotto, right? So it's like if there's anything that like you would maybe find extracurricular or otherwise in a lotto, it's not that surprising. Um, I think at the end of the day, like it's still an impressive thing because it means that the person either used the unit the whole time or they straight up like had them in the back line. Given this lotto, they used the unit the whole time. Yeah, see this, like, so this is pretty much a perfect mel. I don't know if the person's done all of their grand buffs, but like again, this is an NP5 120. It is a grand, and we did leave some. I could probably again find a little bit of a way to like stretch this some more, but to me, this is why I'm saying, like, I don't think Mel is my go-to solution here. I think the go-to solution is actually Shisho, and it's sad, but at least at the current point in time, I don't really have more on my list. Now, that being said, she did manage to loop, hilariously enough. But I think, like, Shisho just has that one-shot capability due to the extra divine damage. Yeah, I think the CE one's probably an underrated quality of life. That's just such a nice one. I've taken Santa Cats from 0 to Bonte. Oh, you know, that's true. I didn't even factor in the idea of like, okay, this is the bonus unit, so they have increased bonding rate. And that's definitely going to help getting a unit to bond 10. I just don't have any more bond grails. I know. But yeah, like, this is such a shame because I actually do wish, like, I had more people like Turbo on the list. It's the perfect Lartoria again, chat. I have to. I have to. You can't stop me, chat. Can't stop me, chat. Can't. We need more bond grails? Look, to be fair, I've been saying for a while now that making the coin system reliant on bond had that as a natural flaw. Bond grails are not handled well in this game. So ironically, mine should out damage this other Lancer, but only due to the Cs they have equipped. But maybe not if they've done a little bit more granding than I have. Just amazing. I just spam it twice on Indra with no AoE and she just kills him. What the heck? I mean, yeah, I could see that. So that's interesting. I mean, I feel like you probably still want to kill the ads for the bonus that they give. But yeah, I mean, holy crap, if you could just overpower the damage resistance, that's freaking hilarious. Mine's actually the closer one, so we'll go with that. And there we go, just enough. Pop goes the weasel. I have to take the double Lartoria comp, chat. It's such a, like, amazing thing to witness. At least for me. Michonne's artist one-shotted Indra with her too. I could see that. There we go. Let's use Turbo again. It's like Michonne times 2 Shisha. Okay, I mean... So what, did they take, like, the Shisho buffs and pile it onto Michonne? See, the occasional unit having 10% 10% shy charge is one of the reasons that I'm still just running Mary Anning in the comp, because I go like, well, what happens when the unit just doesn't have the charge that I need? Is there any grand fight you don't have a 120 saber face ready for? Assassin. Oh no, you're all good, most of that's just the bot. bot be doing bot things. We've already got 27 of these new materials. Jesus. Okay, let's go grab some grand score buffs here. But yeah, Assassin is the one that I'm kind of like iffy on. And that's just due to the nature of it a little bit. So quite literally, she is a recent addition. She's only 108 and only NP1. So like she's one where I've been thinking is like, should I roll for more? Should I like get more copies of her and try to beef her up? I honest to God, I don't know. It's like it's just a tough time regardless. I think we have Rider and then Assassin coming. Isn't that the order? Yeah, so she probably won't be ready for that. There's not a whole lot I can do, though. Okay, we got the Buster chain unlocked. Let's get the extra chain. One clear away, basically. Rider, Assassin, Archer, Caster. No, I think Caster was the last one. Mosvara got me, but does he have that starting charge one? See, like, this is what kind of sucks. You can't tell, and you have to guess whether or not the person does. And it's just, like, kind of annoying. Because I would certainly like to use somebody else to amplify damage more, but I'm kind of stuck with this loadout at the current time. Come on, fingers. Thank you. So, like, in this case, Mosvar did have it. I hate that I know what fight this is from. Y'all ready to see Grand Gong? No. No, I don't think anyone's ready to see that. So to be fair, I would not be at all surprised if the like caster one's another AoE one. Mostly due to like caster damage kind of being a thing, right? Seymour's battle themes are too good for him. You're not wrong. But chat, which Seymour fight is this? I think caster should be Castoria. I would love to see Merlin, honestly. Sounds like Mount Gagazet. Yeah, it's Mount Gagazet. Like I said, I can still see it in my head. Like, I was actually looking for Unalesca. Interesting. I'm sure she has one out there. It's Sass next, right? No, Ryder. Which is one of the reasons why I've been fast tracking Made Alters Bond. But then I guess I gotta like fast track MHX's Bond. I just like I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do on that. That one's just like I'm not gonna have the capability to get her there. I guess I could like stop popping teapots here and like save that for elsewhere, but like god, there's so much bond here. The bonding potential is just freaking insane. And we will get more, so I'm strongly considering having Merlin be my Grand. I don't see any problem with that. Like I said, I'm going to be granding Castoria. There's probably going to be a lot of people like me that do crap like that too. And I think like for those of us that do, it's just going to be a thing. And like we're going to have to like sit there and be like, okay, we need somebody else to carry us. But yeah, I won't be at all surprised to see a ton of people just be like, hey, I don't have a grand caster. Like, I don't have someone I can put up because I didn't grail a caster. My god, fingers. Chat, we be doing grand things here. Avalon, do you have the page for the QOL? Oh, there we go. There's another grand. Now, her, I probably will Bond Grail her. She's a really good buffer, and she is a 1-star. So, giving her a Bond Grail makes a whole lot of sense to me. Giving her Grails is good too. Please no. Please not again. That's tempting as well. She's already Bond 7, so that wouldn't take me terribly long to get her up to full, but I probably should have been backline bonding her during the lotto, and I didn't think about that. I was getting Made Alter, and we got a ton of work done on Made Alter. So Made Alter's actually really close now. Which if it's a single target fight for writers, my girl gonna be popping off, especially with like a Tai Gong Wang in the party. Oh. Yeah. we're gonna be slapping. But so you can see she'll get there pretty quickly, probably like right after this or during anniversary or something like that. Squirtoria is the other one that's like redonkulously close. Because again, I haven't had my Squirtoria for all that long on JP. So she's even closer, but she's also like lesser priority compared to the other two. At least we have reins for riders, yeah. Yeah, like, and that's why, like, I don't think a lot of people have picked up on it, but like some of the classes that we're dealing with now are objectively the worst for this sort of thing because they just naturally don't have supports. Like, for instance, Assassins, you're going to have Koya and Skya, who's another 50% charger. So, like, you're going to be able to get some work done with some of the support units. As opposed to like certain classes like Lancer, it's like there's just really not a whole lot of charge support in this class. So when you see a class like this, it's just going to be a it is what it is type of deal. Kind of want to use this in Kidu, but kind of don't. It's a 120 NP5, but that CE is atrocious. I guess like if it's a level 100 CE, it's not the worst, but like Enkidu would be one that, like, if they had the Bond C, you could straight up just go like, hey, I can yeah, so like I could start this unit out from 0 and pop off. So let's go with it. I want to see this this Enkidu damage output. With that in mind, let's drop that out of the comp and let's swap you for fun. For funsies, chat. Koyan and Tez? Yeah, Tez will actually be really good. Like if the assassin fight ends up being another AoE one, you could combine Tez with like people. So like let's assume it's a similar makeup to this, right? Tez would be fantastic at like, hey, I can take out the side enemies and set somebody else up to just nuke the main boss. So that would be a really, really good one for Tez. All right, that doesn't have a star bomb. I don't know why I was thinking it did. Oh no, Kidu's not female. No. Oh well. Helps my Lartoria. Oh, the day it looks like the Trunk Sisters, nice. Vodka and Roman command code is free power mod for any group. True. All right, let's see what the Grand Enkidu does. This isn't a perfected one, but this is a 116, so still a whole lot of oomph here. That's not bad damage. Yeah, we nearly killed there. That chat, that damage is literally the difference that Enkidu wasn't female, so he didn't get the extra 20% attack up from Liz. Feels bad, man. So we made Liz do the heavy lifting there at the end. There's Osaka Behime, yeah. Yeah, Assassin will have options. I'm not worried about Assassin. So much as like I do need to get like my MHX in a better spot on JP. Unfortunately, like I'm also kind of coin capped with her. I can't really take her further. So I'm just in this like weird spot of I don't have her bonded. I don't have the coins. I could like switch who my Grand was. Like we could do like a Grand Gray or something like that, and it would work. The issue to me is like, is that what I actually want to do, or do I just want to like be stubborn and force it? And I kind of want to be stubborn and force it. Oh, what did I just pick? Okay, it's at least a Mel, thank God. You know? Put it on Lartoria. The problem is Lartoria hits with the damage resistance. And I've thought about, like, what if I just make Mel AoE? You know what, chat? It's experiment time for doing it. Enkidu has a penis? Enkidu is clay. God, do I press that third button on Melisson or not? Do I press that third button or... Fuck it, we're pressing it. I just want to see at this point. I came in with the wrong comp. Let's see what the damage does. Make it work. How much damage can AoE Mel do unresisted to him? Well, I'm in trouble. It's not a good one, to be fair. It is only an NP2, but still. To be fair to me, I also didn't really have a choice in this. I accidentally pressed this one. So I think this one is going to boil down to... We're going to try to brute force this. Okay, I get about 600k per there. So what, one more command seal? One more, chat? Do we go for the meme triple Lartoria NP click? No, I think I take the chain. Yeah. Saved myself a seal. You fool. You've triggered my trap card. It's not a meme anymore? That's right. Ugh. No one has up Go for Lancers? Go is actually really nice. I've only seen like one or two, though. I know Trub's actually granted his Go, and that may have been one of the ones that I saw. But I know he went to bed some time ago, so was what it was. Yeah, like, that's not like that person's fault, by the way, chat. That's just was I fat fingered the wrong person there. But then it was like, hey, whatever, let's see. Grand Roma. But it's Grand Roma without a Black Grail, even though Grand Roma could do a Black Grail. No. 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 Me hunt shisho. Me use shisho. Me unga bunga. Although me keep taking mama. Me not smart. Me need back out. Me need fix thing. Also, good thing it was Mazvar's, since Mazvar actually has enough charge. It's also funny that I barely ever change my command codes on my units. So like Lartoria just happens to have the anti-divine command code equipped from a fight I did like last year. So it works perfectly for this. It looks like I kitted her out for it. There we go. Did not matter. 3.3 million is good work. I kind of want to see, like, can an NP2 still deal this level of damage? Like, at least would it deal enough to, like, finish him after the fact? Why does Setheno have 27% charge? Welcome to vampirisms. One of the types of skills that they desperately need to fix, and they still haven't. To this day, there's only like 3 units in the entire game that have a vampirism skill that gives 30% charge. Because they hate units that have vampirism, I guess? I don't know. Ah, Leo has verses. Okay. I kind of want to see this one. Leo having verses is just disgusting, given the fact that verses is already just a rare CE to begin with. Let's see. Who's a good quick supporter? Wait. The memes, Jack. The memes. Think of the memes, Jack. Think of the memes. The question is, has he done his granding stuff? I assume he has, but I'm not sure. I've been using Vitra. Vitra's nice because Vitra's again anti-divine for the party, so you can definitely use her. SMH not 10 to be fair, right? Like one of those deals where you have to go like, okay, is that really worth the lore? And yes, he does have enough, so he's actually done some of his granding. Chad, this is going to do a lot of damage. I'm curious to see though, like how much is this going to do in relation to like the MLB Black Grail. So for anyone that doesn't know, Versus is anti-divine, the CE. It's basically anti-divine Black Grail. Jesus, 3.7. What the fuck? Almost 3.8. So that was about like 400k stronger almost, maybe like 350, 400k right there. And there's definitely like variance in the rolls, but that was definitely some disgusting damage. Yeah, like you guys don't probably you probably can't even appreciate how rare what you just saw was. That was what I assumed to be an MLB versus at level 100. Most of you have probably never seen that ever as a craft essence. You've maybe seen one copy of versus, let alone an MLB at level 100. It's just an exceedingly rare CE because it's from back in the day. MLB versus is another Shisho skill 3C. Yeah, here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about to give you guys some context for this. Now, it is split stat. That is like basically its big problem as a craft essence. But behold, chat. This is why, like, people just don't normally see this, okay? So, because the base version is still 80%, so it's really, really good. But this is 100% for 3 turns power mod and defense up of 50% for 3 turns. It is just the massive, like, you're giving that god the middle finger if you take this CE. And yeah, it's not insane, right? Like, you look at something like this and you're like, well, we don't really have like Oberon out there. A huge power modifier like this, pretty dumb. And then you have Shisho that also has 100% in her kit. This is now just 200% anti-divine power mod. That is just a dumb fucking CE. And I love it. It's like, it is just, out of all the CEs that like have ever existed in the game, that one is probably like the biggest middle finger to its niche. And I think it's why you don't see that anymore. It's because it was like a year 1 CE or year 2 CE, I think. And they basically just, they don't give it anymore. Like, anytime they do a niche like that, it's now like, oh, it's 30 or maybe 50% power mods. You don't see 100% anymore. It's not a thing. Oh no, this is the version that doesn't have the charge. Budge. So let's see. Can I delay? No, because he would instant NP. So we're just gonna have to send this. And pray to God. I don't have anybody else in the back line that can basically give out the buff I need, or the charge that I need. This is why I'm saying this is kind of a problem. So this person's, they've granted their unit, but they haven't, I assume they haven't like unlocked the skill that gives the additional charge, and they really should, because it's kind of necessary to make Shisho work in this environment. But yeah, if you don't kill the ads, I believe Indra immediately fires off his Noble Phantasm. So you don't really want that to happen either. That's going to be, you know, like, okay, frontline gets wiped. Early CE designs were wild. Everyone remembers Poster Girl. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, it's why you don't see certain things anymore. And if you do, they're extremely toned down compared to that. Like, chat, okay, let's take one that you all know. Honey Lake. Did you guys know that there's a curse version of Honey Lake? And it's not nearly as strong. And you're actually going to see it this year. It comes up at the Wangina event. The Mole one? Yeah. Yeah, so it's like they know they made a mistake with Honey Lake, and they went like, yeah, let's not do that again. Okay, let me back out here. I think Mazvar is good, but I need to make sure I have charge somewhere in the back line in case something like this happens. Actually, if I'm backing out, let's do more of the grand buff. Its secondary effect is also very useful. Yeah, it's definitely not a bad C by any stretch of the imagination. Gonna grab that. Gonna grab that. Okay, now we're at a point where it's not so significant what I choose to unlock. There's not a whole lot I have going for myself, no matter what I kind of go after here. Whatever. Grab that. We'll probably go for probably go up here and grab the quick one next, and then all of the remaining unlocks are just not a big deal. Honey Lake is a gotcha. See, it should be stronger. True. In that regard, you're not wrong, right? It's just one of those deals where I think they look at it and like if you look like historically our welfare Cs are some of the strongest in the entire game. So you can sit there and say like, oh, it should be stronger, but at the same time, the devs have always just kind of like been pretty lax about that sort of thing. I'm gonna say while I understand and agree with that take, I could also see that to me, what they did there is they said, hey, we kind of made a mistake. We made that C a little bit too effective. Let's not do that again. And I'm not surprised if that is the way they were thinking. There's my tea time. There it is. For the bond. When I know I have a she show and I know this is going to kill, this just kind of works. Kind of wish the devs would try to make dots a thing. In order for dots to be a thing, you would probably start to hate the game. In other words, fights would have to take longer on average, and I think that's one of the reasons why, like they can buff dots, they can make them better, but they won't supersede the current meta, really, due to that aspect. It'll just be a case of, like, hey, it could be good in a scenario where, like, you know you're going to go in a knockdown, drag-out fight. The other problem that we run into in this sort of environment is that we basically have break bars and things like that are naturally designed to delay and stall out the fight. That, like, oh, if you had like some massive buff ticks rolling, sure, you could do some work with that, but it also may just be a case of like, oh, now it's not going to actually like you know, have effectiveness on certain turns because of that, and then you kind of just have it ticking into the bar break and maybe not being able to break the bar, or maybe just like, you know, like it broke the bar but it didn't do any actual effective damage, and now you've wasted a turn on the dot uptime type deal. This FGO music sounds familiar. Should sound familiar. You may have heard it in FGO. It's Fate music. Yeah, this is at the garden. Yeah, dots not being more effective is both a like issue of like the macro state of the game, and also just in general a like kind of problem that we have at this point, where the game and its player base just don't really want to spend the time. They want things to just kind of go faster, and they're not like wrong in that regard. I definitely, as someone that's played the game for years, I love the game, but I also like I don't need to prove myself in the game anymore. I don't need to like sit down and do a like 100 turn fight or anything like that. I've done it many a time. So it's like, to me, it's like whenever a fight like that appears now, if anything, I just groan and be like, not again. So I definitely understand where like it could be fun for people, but it would also like just probably upset the player base if that became a standard, right? Problem is, enemy dots versus player dots would need completely different values for dots. So okay, like let's just go ahead and state this, and this would be unfortunate, and this is absolutely why the devs haven't done it. For dots to work effectively and still be fair when used against the player, they would have to work like this. If they don't, you're going to have problems. So this is why, like, when an enemy applies a dot to you, they wouldn't necessarily immediately kill you because it's taking off a percentage of your HP rather than actually, like, instead trying to, like, sit there and be like, oh, we're just going to tick for 5k on the player. And it's like, yeah, the player only has, like, 10k health. It's not going to work too well. And we do have scenarios like that in the game, and it's really rough when we encounter that, and you have to usually take cleanse. But for the player to actually be able to use this effectively, it's like 1,000 damage is just shit. It's like it's not going to do a whole lot there. So one of the ways to make them good would be to instead scale it based off the HP that an enemy has. That's where you could incentivize it a little bit more, because it's like, hey, when you've got a dot rolling for like 100k on somebody that's got like maybe 1,000,000 HP, yeah, we might be able to kill it faster, but that dot's still doing really effective damage, still putting in work, it's still solid for you. So percentage-based dots would work well. The reason why the devs won't do this, and why I said it's a shame, is because this is 100% how you break the game. What do I mean? Percentage buffs result in some pretty stupid scalability and unforeseen consequences. And we know this because Oberon. So imagine if they started making every single buff in the game do this, and you start thinking about all the ways that you can enhance buffs and make them stronger. Or do you have like meme builds where you can take somebody that deals like 1,000 to 2,000 dot damage and make them deal like 42 to 50k dot damage? That's already a thing. So imagine like stacking that and doing some pretty insane stuff on a unit that could do that. You could get into some really like poor scenarios where like the devs didn't intend you to beat a fight, or the devs straight up said like, hey, this fight is supposed to be beat this way, and instead somebody steamrolls it in another way due to dot percentiles. So I can understand why they haven't done it, but to me, that's like the only route to making dots actually effective. Have to limit how many sources of those exist. Yeah, there are ways you could balance it. I'm not going to say they couldn't, just that I know that's why the devs are staying away from that potential solution. It is hairy, basically. All right. Can't be her. Has to be her. In PK, yeah. So did you forget the guy who beat the Ort fight that wasn't supposed to be beaten? No, I didn't. And that's exactly like what I'm referring to when I say that, like, that's exactly what that opens up, right? So I think I know that, like, at the end of the day, they could make dots work, but due to the game's design, due to the, like, opinions of the community at large, and I mean, like, casuals, I don't mean, like, your average person, sorry, I don't mean like your challenge oriented people, or like people that are going to be a little bit more like hardcore or extreme with the game. I think it's like, due to the just state of things, it's not really in the devs' incentive to do anything about this particular issue. However, because of that, they're naturally limiting their design choices. And so in the end, it may be worth it for them to do so, but we would just have to see. Imagine if they did that to be chaos, yeah. He had some esoteric formulas where the dot scaled based off of how much his regular attacks did. That's an interesting thing. Now, Indra, I don't have to do this, but I'm going to, since you made me take 3 turns. Ugh! The easiest solution to percent dot would be to cap the total amount that can be built up percentage-wise. Like, not letting dot build up go past 30% or something. Be an arbitrary amount that they could plan on. Yeah, you could definitely set caps. I think the devs just probably would look at that, though, and they would say, like, okay, like, we probably don't even want to, like, get into that sort of thing, because it would just convince people that, like, oh, the devs just truly hate dots. They're purposely capping it. They're afraid of dots. Like you would start seeing, like, all this, like, messaging around the community about that sort of thing. And I think the devs are just saying, like, yeah, but if we just never touch it, never acknowledge it, none of this ever happens. I think they just know. It was X Death, if you're curious about who. Oh, the character, yeah. Hello, Mr. Fox. How's it going? How are you doing? How goes the grand for you? Let's do that. In case she needs to loop. Peak music? Hey, don't blame me. I'm not the one that requested it. Let me guess. Oh, no. I am the one that requested it. It's straight up in my song list. There you go. I straight up thought this was a Kemba song request. That's why. Hey, Cheryl. How's it going? So, Fox, who did you grand for your Grand Lancer? I can guess it's probably one of the Lancers currently on the screen. We have hired this Bargu. I understand. I guessed right, didn't I? Almost 2 million Kagetora damage? Yep. I'm not, like, min-maxing this either, really. Like, I'm min-maxing the bond more than anything. I'm straight up just abusing this to get Lalter some easy bond for coins. What makes you think that? Perhaps I knew it. It's look. It's the same reason how like today I've been acting shocked whenever someone tells me that I'm gonna grand Lartoria. I've been like, oh, how did you know? It's like, of course. It's not fun if I just play it straight. I have to ham it up at this point. Also had to grand Kagetora because my JP is a goofy free-to-play account. I mean, Kagetora is not a bad grand for this. Like all things considered, getting her to full is a little bit more spicy, but she has the charge upgrade that she's gotten, and you can get her coins with the whatchamacallit system. The evocation system, so like it just makes sense. And this is hilarious. I do find it funny that like I've mostly been having to fish for she-shows the entire night, and now like 3 to 4 runs in a row I've gotten somebody's 120 Kagetora that's like perfected. Wait, you granted Lartoria? Shocker, never would have guessed. Look, to be fair, Bob, I did try. It wasn't yours, but I did try a Consort U Lancer just recently here. And unfortunately did not work. Also add me on JP? Yeah, sure. Do me a favor, type in !FC for someone. And that'll get Fox the code. But yeah, I'm always happy to accept new. If it's just let me know if it says that I'm full, because it happens. But JP, I'm not really restrictive because JP is just a revolving door for me. Not only is there like way more friend slots on JP just straight up like there are people like every year that are like, ooh, this new unit came out, I love them, I want to play JP now, and then they play JP for like 2 months and they stop playing, and then I go like, okay, and then I end up having to replace them. So I don't really kick people off my JP unless I just have need of like space. And even then, I usually just start at the bottom of the list and kick off whoever hasn't logged in the longest. Because it just is the way it is. I think it said you're full, but I can't read moon language. Yeah, let me back out then. And Laner, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hope you guys had a good stream, though. So, you don't have to be full. Sometimes just having 20 requests is what will trigger that message. So you can see I still have the 14 slots ish up there. Oh, I don't know who this person is, but I'm accepting. This is another 180. Sure, why not? We're just going through and accepting a ton of people now. I don't know why. I thought this was Earn for a second. Kaz. But I'm Cat. I probably don't need to accept either of these since they, like... Yeah, like, I get why people do this, but, like, this person is of no use to my account. Like, you have, like, 3 to 4 units equipped on here. It's like, I'm sorry. No, I don't, like, I don't need that. Like, I kind of get why people do it for, like, events and stuff, but it's like, in general purpose use, it's like, you're not even filling out your list. So I just go like, okay, I don't even need that. All right, sent now. Yeah, let me see if I can trick the game into recognizing it. Name is Florin on JP. Okay. I was like sitting there, I was like, wait a minute, I didn't see a fox. All right, chat, let's roast Fox. Uh-huh. 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 Come on, Fox. 104 you. Listen, I don't know how long Fox has actually been playing JP, and he may not have had the coins. So my JP account's focused on Kagatora. Okay, yeah. So it's fine. Like, I'm not gonna give him too much shit about it, but I will give him a little bit of shit. It's the same thing. Like, my JP account doesn't have like it has other units besides the Saberface's Grailed, but at some point, I just slipped back into going like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just going to grail the Saberfaces again. I love them. So I did the exact same thing. I also don't play JP nearly as much as NA. Fair. Understandable. Completely understandable. But yeah, gotcha. Is there anybody else in chat that wanted me to accept them on JP while I'm doing this? That's a 120 caster coup. God damn. Wait, but it's a 120 caster coup with a K-scope. Huh? I sent a request also. What's your name? Let me know so I don't accidentally roast you and or kick you off the list. But like I said, for my JP, I don't really care as long as you don't have like scuffed support characters or something like that. I'm probably not gonna like kick anyone off the list unless they just stop playing. Rory. You know, someone I see at the moment. Let me refresh. Whenever you go in and out of your friends list, it tries to reconnect. ASDF. That's not a Bond 10 Kagatora, is it? Unless this is just what they have up on normal support. Yeah, that could be it. Gotcha, there you are. Yeah, see, it's like, okay, you have a 10-10-10 Castoria. That's all I'm gonna care about. Like in the grand scheme of things, and that like, so why I say that's all I'm gonna care about. just because like I don't want to encounter somebody where it's like, oh, I have a 999 castery and then I accidentally take it and it bricks my run. Like that's basically usually what will get me to be like, no, I'm not keeping this person on my friends list. But yeah, as long as you guys have other stuff like that, I'm cool with it. You're fine. Still haven't done my Grand Lancer. JP probably Mel. She's MP3. SMH. No, I'm just kidding. I assume CZ's Laratory is probably what, like NP1 or something on JP, which it's fine. Like it's the exact same thing like Fox was just saying. For a lot of people, their JP account is like, I'm not going to say like an afterthought, but it's just like it's an alt account. It's not necessarily their main priority. It just ends up being like a thing for people. And that's fine. It's why I've just like said like, hey, this is why my JP account, I operate it the way that I do. It is literally a it is literally a like just sort of oh god, it's Leo's like stupid strong G show again. But it's why I just like I don't kick people off. I don't patrol like a hawk. I just say like, are you playing? As long as you're playing, we're good. Because it gets kind of difficult to like keep people on the JP account, unfortunately. Which I'm sure for other people it's maybe easier, but for me, I've never had an easy time keeping people playing on the JP account. Which is wild because y'all have seen I treat my JP account as if it's just a second main. I just end up giving it a whole lot of priority. So if you guys haven't ever seen an MLB versus, it gives 100% power mod against Divine, on top of Shisho having 100% power mod against Divine. So this gonna do dumb damage again. I like to play it for the new stuff. Yeah, that's the whole reason I even got started on JP is I was encouraged to as a content creator for being able to showcase like new units and such for people. And I've enjoyed my time with it. It's definitely like there's still like the language barrier at times, but it's definitely interesting to be able to like do the new content, show it off to people, show people what to expect in 2 years, and kind of be able to like figure things out just ahead of time. It really does help in that regard. Which is, again, like, that's kind of why I just waited until stream here to even start the Grand Lancer stuff, because the new chat would want to see it. I also knew, like, hey, like, 2 years from now, when we come to NA, I'm going to want, like, footage for, like, talking about this, and boom, here you go, we'll just have it. So, like, that's another reason why I kind of set out to do this. Yeah, the new Lartoria buff on JP has made doing this way easier for me. I'm not going to say I would struggle without it, but I think it would probably mean that I just need a higher caliber of single target to clear. Though admittedly, like, I'm either running the gambit between just the, like, everybody's got like a Mel up and the Mel isn't doing enough damage, or like I've got like say like a Kagatora or a Shisho, someone like that, and it's like, okay, they are doing enough damage barely or like way overkill, right? In those scenarios, it's just easy, and I doubt like for the most part like Kagatora is going to be a guaranteed 5, but like in Shisho's case, I'm willing to bet she could do it with like NP1 even. It's just a case of, again, like I said, like some people just don't show up in that regard. So this would be a nice one to take for bonding purposes. This will not kill, but we'll go with it. Because I was impatient and wanted to use Bargu. Understandable. Where's my Lalter buff and animation update? Bro. So this is why Lalter's in the front line for coin purposes, but oh my god, it's a 78! No! Wait, wait, hold on. Hers is... Oh, no, it is 20%. No. Oh, no. Unfortunate. All right, we're gonna have to make it work somehow, some way. So my Lartoria should still be able to clear the front line, irregardless. Do the Mighty Chain, should give her the additional benefit there. Throwing it for content, I got it. Listen. 78 is just evil. I don't know why, but I was thinking it's like, oh, Kakatora's got 30%, doesn't she? And it's like, no, she doesn't. It's just 20. That's most of my like, hey, it's not a one turn are usually because the unit I took didn't have like their charge stuff done. Of course, Liz soaked all the stars. But yeah, we were just talking about like who's the copium unit now after Erish for summer, and I told people it's like Lalter is. Lalter's the one I hear mentioned by like everybody now. Definitely Passion Lips up there because it's been specifically mentioned by the devs. If you kill my wife, I swear to God, Indra, I will. I will brutally murder you in your sleep, Indra. Wild to think about now with Grand Mel, you can start at Ascension 3 and not be throwing. So that was another topic of contention that came up today because people were like, why do people have it in Ascension 3? And I explained it's like, because you can still get her there. But I'm not sure it's necessarily going to deal enough damage still. I think like you could probably set it up. I'd have to look at the actual like numbers there, and I'm not sure because I don't have a Grand Mel. I'm not sure I could actually set it up myself. So I feel like if you manage to get the right like scheming, so again, you could do like a double Lartoria buff there, and that's going to do a whole lot there for you. I mean that probably still kills, right? That probably still kills. I had to think about this. So, like, it's not the right CE by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still an NP5 120, and Shisho gonna do Shisho things with her power mod, so. I think far more than any other grand battle, this one keeps making me think about the units and whether or not they're capable of killing, because people keep having like, it's just their unit is slightly scuffed. And I have to like actually sit there and think about it. It's like they either don't have the MLB Black Grail or something, which is fine. I totally understand how that happens. Or like, oh, they didn't have like the charge skill fully done. They didn't have the append fully done. And you're like, dude. Not even close. Yeah, not even close. It just worked. So like I said, in Shisho's case, I'm going to err on the side of it will kill. In some of the other cases, it's like, I don't know. I have to think about this. Still waiting for Lalter to get any mention at all. Yeah, I'm not getting baited on that one again. Not getting baited on that. But yeah, someone tell me, has anyone done like just a strict like you started Mel in Ascension 3, you buffed her up, and you had her just still kill the boss as an AoE? I still don't even have a Black Rail on JP. I have been playing JP for 6 years. I started actually like rolling on JP like 4 years ago. And when I say actually rolling, like I do occasionally spend money on my JP account now. And after all of that time, I just finally got MLP Black Grail this like literally like a month or two ago on my JP account. I was like, dude, it's never happening. We're gonna have to do that. Give her the additional charge here. My God, my JP account's almost 2 years old. Yep. Surprising, right? But yeah, like my JP account was always pretty pretty lucky. So like, chat's accusing the new player account that I recently started of like being that luck sack. But y'all should have seen my JP back in the day. My JP was just dumb. But yeah, Black Grail was like one of the very few things that just never really fell my way. And now that I finally have it, this account is like made. It's like, it's not going to struggle anymore with anything. Some of the few times my JP account ever did struggle was purely because it's like, oh, I just didn't have a Black Grail. That literally was it. All right, let's take Fox. Fox, don't fail me. You can do it, Fox. I believe in you. Oh, we do have a Kagatora Arts card. Try to get her back to another NP. I'm already assuming failure, chat. I'm sorry. To be fair, I've had to use a couple like perfected Kagatoras and they don't do enough, so I get it. I guess I've been lucky to be playing 300 days and got 3 Black Rails. You're extremely lucky. Like, the thing with craft essences, there's always a factor of RNG, but there's also just going to be like, the more you roll, like the more likely you are to get stuff. So free-to-play players have a tendency to have a harder time getting things. Whales have a tendency to have an easier time getting things comparatively. It doesn't guarantee anything, but that usually is the case. And that's why, like I said, like my JP account started out basically free to play. It was a quartz account originally to begin with, so it started with a little bit more quartz on it than a new player account would. But from there, it like basically operated free to play. Other than like, I think I occasionally did like a GSSR and stuff, and those naturally helped. But it still like managed to luck sack quite a bit, and it really the big issue for me was that like until I actually started, so here's again like a perfect Kagatora, until I actually started spending money on the account just didn't have like craft essence options and stuff like that. That was always one of the like just main issues with regards to operating free to play, and that's to me like that's always going to be an issue for a free to play player. Thankfully, now that they are bringing back some of those Cs in the shop, that should get a little easier on free-to-play players. It's just the issue kind of shifts now where it's like, oh, they can't get a CE to now it's like, oh, you just don't have the mana prisms. So it's like, it's not that there's not an issue, it's just that the issue just keeps kind of going over and over and over again. I am free to play? That's insanely lucky then. After clearing the sides units, would the Mel Arts NP do good damage as well? You could definitely use Mel here. The Mels I have been trying to use can't seem to pack enough punch. People are saying like double Lartoria Mel works, but because Lartoria is my Grand, I would have to use my own Mel, and that's not going to work. So I suspect what it is people that have a Grand Melison having their own Lartoria that they could take as buff support, taking a Grand Lartoria for them. And then that specific combination seems to do enough. Let's go with this one. Pretty much a perfected version here. And I'll show you guys. This is basically how Mel has a tendency to go for me. So I can only do single Lartoria buffs here because of that. Use the arts card, get her back to another one. Got an MLB Black Grail, but still only one K-scope and one 2030. Honestly, nowadays, like, as long as you have that K-scope, you're probably pretty good. Appends really helped not, like, having MLB K-scope. So, MLB K-scope, I'm not going to say it's, like, a bad thing or anything like that. It's still fantastic, but MLB K-scope's stock has kind of gone way down now over the years. It used to be the singular most meta CE in the entire game, and it is now pretty squarely been replaced. And that, there you go, chat, that one actually managed to clear. It has now been replaced by Black Grail in terms of it's just like at this point, charge usually isn't the issue, and it way more comes down to like, do you have damage capability due to the insane scaling the game has? And so as long as you're somebody that can touch Black Grail, usually your damage just starts getting kind of bonkers. I only have 2 Black Grails. I still need 3 more copies. Okay, but have you spent as much money as me on JP? Or have you spent more? Like I'm not like trying to curb you. This is just a legitimate question. Because like it's easy. Like I've seen people say I've played the game for like 6 years and I still don't have like a single K-scope or something. And then I find out it's like not only is the person free to play, they don't even regularly play. And then you go like, well, of course, right? Like that means if you're free to play, you're not rolling as much. And if you don't regularly play, you're not logging in as much. You're not getting as much courts to roll. So you're rolling like far fewer than the average person. So you not having something is not surprising at that point to me. But people that like they play regularly, they even like, you know, again, even if they're free to play, it's like if you're doing all the campaign stuff, you're going to get a whole lot of courts. You're still going to roll a lot. You're not going to roll as much as like a whale would, but you would still have a decent shot at getting a lot of things. Like this game, and I've said this to people for years, but it's like this game really does reward participation. As long as you're actively like playing the game, you're very likely to have your account succeed. It may not succeed as fast as some people want it to, but it should work. And there's 10 to 15% charge units? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. What the heck? This is somebody's NP5 Grand She show, but they've... What, did they, like, do the initial quest to set her up and then they didn't do anything else? She doesn't have her append. So she has the 50% charge just from having Bond 10. But they don't have her append, so they're missing 20% there. They haven't unlocked her grand score, so they're missing 10% there. So at best, I can get her to 70% right now. Because they left 30% charge on the table for me. Which at NP5 should have the mana loading append. What the heck? Delete that person? Nah, it's all good, dude. Like, I'm not so upset about that I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I can never use this person ever again. It's just, it's a thing. So I'm gonna have to be like, okay, what do I do about this now? I'm actually gonna lead with the Liz card here. Just to get the arts bonus. Actually, why did I do that? I could have just done it afterwards. I've been playing too much of the like new player account, so like my brain occasionally dips back into old carding method and doesn't think about like Mighty Chain. Oh wait, no, yeah, it wasn't a mighty chain anyway, so it didn't matter. Well, I hope I can get 15% here from this. Okay, she'll be fine now. Just enough. You're not gonna like me, chat. Just got back from work. What's your opinion on Indra being the Grand Lancer? I talked about that at the beginning of stream. Lore wise, for the implications of it, he definitely is somebody that like deserves to be grand due to like who he is. But in terms of like presentation and wind up, they get like a failing grade on this one to me. It feels like they just kind of like pulled Indra out of their ass. They made him as anti-Lancer as they possibly could, and then they slapped him in the grand slot just to kind of salt people. So this is the grand system? Yes. So what granding does, granding basically adds 1,000 to your unit's attack power, and then it has a new class score that is in addition to your normal class score that you can unlock, and it further enhances grand units specifically, but only when the grand effects are at play, which will not be every battle. So like, for instance, if I were to take my Lartoria now into another battle, it would not necessarily confer, like, she'd still have the extra attack power, but it would not necessarily confer all the effects of being a grand. That's just going to depend on, like, again, when the devs allow us to or decide to implement like grand features for that sort of stuff. Obviously for our grand farming here, when it first unlocks, it's going to be a thing. It'll probably be a thing for whatever the end battle is at the end of part 2 here. But beyond that, we don't really know what intended use they have for the grands. Not really sure how I feel about Indra being Grand Lancer. Yeah, no, that's like I said, to me, they just kind of like ass pulled him a little bit, and I think that's why I like don't feel alone, guys. If you're someone that's like, man, I don't really like the fact that Indra became Grand Lancer. That's kind of why I think a lot of us do feel that way. It just feels like they just kind of pulled Indra out of their ass and then said like he's grand now, and you're like, okay. Because again, he was boasting about it literally in the event he came out in, so which was that event literally just ended like a day or two ago. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen the grand class score, I can show it to you real quick here, because I may be able to finish it now. So you can see this is a new class score. Obviously, you still have your original class score, of which my Lancer is not fully kitted out. Here's my current grand choices. There's a theme, chat. How do I go back to the original class score? There is a way. Am I missing where the button is? Because it's not this button. I don't know. There's a way to go back to the original class score from here, but I'm just completely obtuse and not remembering it because I can't read the moon runes. So again, like each one of these has additional effects. Like this is just Buster up, straight up. It scales with various different things. We actually have a like Google spreadsheet that has all of this in it that Avalon was nice enough to make for us, and it shows you guys what the scaling on the effects are. Again, the HP recovery, the buff removal resist, the master skill, and the NP starting charge are all like, all of this is for every grand, whereas all of this has a tendency to be unique to the grand class. Though so far we've had master skill cooldowns twice as fast on every single one. But basically all of these have been unique. So it's been kind of interesting in that regard. And these are like sort of your outer ring buffs out here. They are the ones that are the furthest out from where you start. So you can see the grand class score is a much more simplified class score, but still kind of nice. I think it's telling me that I've unlocked the final fight. We can do the final fight here if chat wants. But let me finish off the class score. I don't know if the final fight has a special super annoying version of his gimmick. There you go. We actually overfarmed a little bit for this. So, boom. Grand score complete. Gotta snap that pick there with Lartoria in the background. I do really like that. Like, the fact that you get, like, that setup there with your grand unit still in the background looks really nice. Is this in-game? This is in-game on JP. If you're starting on NA is 2 years behind that, which NA is my main account, but I still play both servers, so you could always ask me about either one. Okay, so now we have the level 100 variant. Again, don't know if I'm going to need to, like, min-max this, but I'm probably going to try to find the best Shisho I can for this. Kagetora might also be a good one, because I assume there's going to be break bars at play here. That is the good Kagetora. Yeah, we'll go with her. I'm going to flip this back to another CE there. And we're maybe not gonna meme as much here with this. Does upgrading grand class score not need QP? Nope. No QP or materials required. The only thing that you need is the like stuff you get from farming the grand class score. So it's gated, but like when the grand class system first releases, it does not require storm pods. After a week, it requires storm pods. So if you don't do it when it first comes out, you will be gated by storm pod usage. Versus. Okay, so he's got multiple break bars. Something tells me I'm gonna have to like clear these side ads a couple of times. At 83k, I'm not gonna need Lartoria's Buster buff to clear that, so we'll hold on to that. I'm gonna sit here for a second and do it like this. God, that almost bar broke him. If I had popped the Buster buff, it probably would have. There we go. Art seal. Thank God that didn't go off on Kagetora, but... Oh, that's just enough. And he charged Kagetora a little bit more there. I freaking knew he was gonna do that again, chat. So this is at least somewhat interesting because, like, you could try to like bully him and brute force it through the middle there, but this is going to like step into the realm of like, hey, you kind of need to like keep killing the ads. Make sure we're targeting him. Gonna go for a mighty chain effect. So we still get the bar pop. We still have all of our buffs intact as long as he doesn't instant charge here. Or like Art Seal Kagatora. Oh, now he has extra. Oh my god, dude. What a dick. So that's why I didn't bring her out earlier, as I was worried she was going to get pub stomped immediately. I'm just debating if I can overpower this. I'm gonna try. Let's see. Let's see just how bad it is. Give her a brave chain. She's still doing decent damage, but yeah, it's not great. Should still have the arts up, so she does get a little bit back here. Not going to be a min turn, not by any stretch, but the real problem is this man's about to get his NP. Oh my god. Non-specific chain is what it would require. God, she's 10 off. Command spell time? Oh, I certainly could, but I don't think the heal's going to keep her up. Gonna trust Kagatora. Probably shouldn't have. That's not nearly enough damage. He gonna kill my wife, chat. Probably gonna save that dodge, but give her that mighty chain. Neither of these are a grand, so this is gonna get a little bit spicy in terms of damage. Got all the way back. Bro, the recurring defense stacks. That's just ass. I am now not happy with this guy, and I do kind of want to command seal him. I'm just not positive that she actually kills here if I do. Because I feel like this run was going perfectly fine, and then we broke this bar, and Indra just started being an ass. Command seal wouldn't have done anything. I would have had to have scuff it, pop the dodge, and not let him kill Shisho. Yeah, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Mostly because that's just kind of like him pulling that out of his ass, which is exactly what it is. Hey, nice Ash. Oh, really? I'm 1 AP shy. I feel like the game's trying to piss me off right now. Good old bar break ass pull. Yeah, I gotta think about how to make that a little bit better. We definitely got a little lucky in the second round there, but like now I understand why that person had that defensive Pierce CE equipped. Wait, was it Zara that had it? Wasn't this one, was it? No, yeah, that's just A. Don't you know A? Oh, that's right, he does. Yeah. Probably the more effective strategy is, can you actually like MP seal him? I mean, naturally, someone like Karna is going to be good for that, but Karna is at least anti-divine. Mystic Code with buff removal resist. I mean, that's not gonna give me a whole lot. Not unless, well, I mean, I guess could go with the arts one. He's unstunnable. Man, they really just kicked you in the nuts with this one. Because there's so many like Lancers that could have been effective against him that they designed otherwise. All right, let's give this a try again. Unfortunately, like I said, I think I got really lucky with the way the like second break bar turned out. I don't think that's gonna happen again. Enkidu and Chishu should work. I don't know if I have my own Enkidu on this account. The good thing here is he actually is providing us quite a bit of charge. Bad thing here is I didn't get lucky. So the question is he gonna like instant NP here again? This is one of those deals where it's like you're going in blind, you kind of just gotta check. Okay, the card block being on her is not a bad draw. Crit down is just kind of evil. And despite draining him, he got back to full. So I'm guessing that's the mechanic there of his side ads. This one just feels kind of crap. We'll have to play this and see how it goes. This one may immediately be a scuff as well. Unless this takes away his NP? I don't think it's going to. Yeah, leaving his ads up for even one turn is just oof. Okay, he actually didn't manage to strip Kagatora. But is still managing to just body her? Because he has sure hit. My brother in Christ. And then still immediately gets back to ranks of charge. Thank you, Indra. I appreciate you. And that was a total lie. I don't appreciate Indra at all. Let's play with this. Stall him out some here. Get rid of some of his defense stacks. Or does that? Okay. Could go for the mighty chain. I'm gonna get MP'd after this turn anyways. So I think that is the more proper plays to get the most damage out of the NP I can. But we'll see. Turn based, not attack based. Then no, it's attack based. It's just like they each have 7 stacks, so it's like it's just rough. I was gonna say this will not kill. We just gotta hope that it gets him close enough, and it does not. Holy shit. This is just looking like round 2 of exactly what happened last time, despite me NP sealing him. Like, I had a much better backline option here, and it still just didn't do dick. Because Indra basically got luckier, and I got unluckier. Yeah, she's not going to be able to do the damage. I'm going to maybe get 200k here. And he has sure hit again. And then he reapplies all of his defense buffs. Dude, what the fuck is this last bar? This last bar is just a pain in the dick. Like, yeah, you do need someone that can carve up defense. That's really what this one's gonna boil down to. You can use the Lancer buff to remove those 4 times defense buffs on NP. What do you mean? Are you talking about the Talking about this one? Yeah, and I mean, I kind of have been, right? But it's still not enough. He has a second damage resistance in that bar, and he just, the second all of his defense buffs are gone, he just reapplies it. So it's a dick move. I think I have an alternate workaround here. Okay, there's another Shisho. Question is, can I get Shisho to an NP? MP from Grands, remove the damage cuts, keep one on the back line. Yeah, I mean, I could do that, but there's just naturally an issue with my Grand as an AoE, so while she's good at taking out the side adds, I kind of need a looper, and that's why Kagetora was one of the ones I was going with. Shisho's got the better firepower for this sort of thing, but this is just like, I can't take 3 Grands to the fight is what's ultimately kind of messing me here. This is definitely the hardest one so far, though, in terms of the grand fights. The other ones I feel like weren't really that bad. I basically like one-tapped them. Just kind of debating, do I want to like what do I want to take here in the back line? Because the definition of insanity is just keep doing this over and over again and not expecting anything to go different. But his, you know, Mel may actually be a solution here. It's just the damage increase, though. She does increase her NP gen rate. Karna's crits took out the first 2 bars for me. They're not too challenging. Yeah, like, I could probably get, like, Lartoria to, like, crit that up. I think my issue, more or less, is going to revolve around, like, can I consistently get back to an NP and kill? So it's like, yes, there's a possibility that I could do that. Like, for instance, I can maybe try to take, like, Bradamante here. My JP have Bradamante? It does. You have a Lord 3rd skill? She does. Is it upgraded? It is. Problem is his sure hit is just freaking nasty. His sure hit and his NP spam. There's just not a whole lot you can do against that. Because a lot of the Lancers, if they have anything, they have dodge. Again, like, yeah, like running like buff removal resist is maybe an option, but then I have to get rid of plug suit, which then restricts like my ability to manipulate the party to my advantage. If he's going to be carving up my party anyways, it's not a huge deal, but Percy, yeah, but again, like, so I can use invulnerability chat, but the second he gets to an NP, he's removing that invulnerability before damage goes out. So it's not guaranteed to like keep me alive, right? I wish they let us use beast servants in the grand trials. No, that would defeat the point. Exactly why they won't do it. I mean, again, I have her for anti-divine damage, but more than anything, I wish I had a card manipulator here. What about Li Shuan? He ignores defense. He does, which is unfortunate because my JP does not have Li Shuan, or Enkidu for that matter. Chat, since someone was asking earlier. Like I said, I didn't think I did have it. Will target focus help? It might. I might be able to redirect him away from it. So if we if this run fails too, we can try that. What, through one buff cycle? Yeah. I don't have Erish either. Okay. So we got an effective bar out of a non-grand unit. Oh, he almost charged her. That's so unfortunate. If he had charged her, I could have used her here to knock it out. I don't know if he just brings them back every turn or if it's like literally a thing he's only going to do with a bar pop. So I'm gonna like hope to God that's what the deal is. So he just brings them back every turn. Bro. The music change, yeah, the music change is just wild. I really need this bar popped here. I'm not sure Brad can do enough damage. The booty. Okay, she does kill the side ads. There's hope. Come on, lucky Lartoria crit. She didn't need the crit. Oh my god. She didn't need the crit, chat. So now this is like arguably the best case I've been in. But watch him get sure hit right here. Yeah, of course he does. Of course he just immediately gets sure hit. It should limit damage, though. So Lartoria lives, but then he's going to sure hit her to death, probably. Because Pro gets buffed to everything? What the f... Alright, I think this is the kill, chat. God, that was at least decently wild. Still not enough. Woo! Hey, what if you didn't get your NP this turn? What if I just said no? And what if I just said Lartoria deserves to kill you? Like, the fact that that still didn't kill despite removing all of the buffs is kind of dumb to me. I do think this fight is maybe a tad overtuned. Like, just a tad. It's still doable. But you can see, like, I had to kind of, like, equip things up a little bit here to make something like this work. Tautsies were certainly the next, like, go-to. But this one felt like, hey, if you didn't take specific units to this, this could have gotten dicey. He even died with aura. He died like a flamboyant bitch. That's what I like to call it. That's not dying with aura. That man's a theater major, chat. It's all an act. It's almost like they want to kill us. Yeah. I mean, like, look, I'll say this. At least in that regard, one of these fights finally gave me a little bit of a challenge. So I'm not like, oh my god, like, how dare they do this? I just, like I said, I think this one's maybe just a slight bit overtuned, but no, I think it was interesting. I like having to work my way through, like, how do I handle this? And I realized, like someone was saying again, like, put a Grand in the back, and it's like, yeah, you're right, that did work. Also, kind of inverting the order of the party there, I got an effective turn out of Kagetora, or sorry, out of Shisho there early. Whereas, like, instead she'd been coming out on the back, like the back break bar there, kind of having to go up against, like, him at his worst, and it's like, yeah, it's not going to work. Meanwhile, Grand with him at his worst, we've got a little bit of a capability there. So, still had a little bit of luck on our side that time, but also, again, he kind of did what he did, and we had to actually go through 3 sets of enemies instead of just 2. So, could have gone better for us as well. But yeah, I thought that was an at least interesting battle that time. Okay, so that is that. We have finished the grand class score. We have unlocked everything. Obviously, again, these fights stay around if you're new to this sort of thing because you're just like tuning in for the first time or you've never seen the grand stuff on JP. These don't cost storm pods right now. They have really, really lucrative rewards. So it's why you'll still see people farming them even after they've completed their grands. If you look at like what drops from here, it's all really, really solid stuff, including statues and monuments and QP and skill gems. So these are sort of like training grounds on steroids. And while later, yes, they will require storm pods, you're still going to see people, I think, doing them either because they need to get their grand done for the class or they're just straight up going to go like, hey, this is definitely something I want to do. And you can see the sweet spot somewhere around like 30 to maybe like 34 clears in there. I think the actual number's like 32 clears almost on the dot. But as long as you're doing that on like the maximal value, you will actually get additional stuff. I do think what's going to be weird about this, sorry, I'm trying to use my mouse there when it's a finger press. I do think what's weird about this is they do incentivize you to clear everything at least the one time for the foe. So that's going to get a little annoying, I think, for people later on down the line that have to use their storm pods to clear this. People are going to want to jump like right to the maximum one and do it, but you're going to have to clear your way down. So that's going to be stupid, but I think beyond that, yeah, it should just take about 32 clears. So with the other ones, maybe something on the order of like 38 clears in total. So that's 38 storm pods. Definitely not be fun. That'll definitely take you some time. And unfortunately, I think what's going to happen if they do require grands to be used for the final battle at the end is it's going to require players that are trying to catch up to actually like sit down and start like working on their grands the second they get access to Ordeal Call. I think based off this, and I'm dead serious when I say this, I think by the end of this year or maybe even anniversary, right, we might see some additional changes to storm pods and the way they're being handled. Maybe not even by the end of the year. It could be like part 2 concludes, everything is done and kaput, and we move into like part 3 or something like that. And then maybe like retroactively they go back and change something about storm pods. But I could see them changing the way it works because trying to like gate people super hard that are not up to current and trying to catch up is probably a bad way of handling it. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them kind of switch that up. But that's just my prediction for the future. But yeah, I think this is definitely an interesting system. Again, this is our third one. It's our first AoE one. And it's definitely, I'm liking what they're doing with the system overall. So I'll be curious to see what they do with it a little bit more in the future. So anyways, chat, that is going to be it for me tonight. Thank you all for watching. Let me see who all is on and who all we can give some love to. Again, we have the NA live stream for the summer announcement tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that. And Friday, we will be collab streaming with Miss Tutu Karagi as we roll for NP5 Castoria Berserker. So, hope to see you guys there for that. Let me send you guys over to Miss Ivy. She is doing some just chatting. And I will be back tomorrow, guys. So again, hope you guys have a good one. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget, check me out on YouTube. Check out the Discord. If you guys haven't already, you can always come in and discuss strategies, who you granded, all of that stuff on there. Always happy to have new people. We have a community of over 3,000 people. So again, the more the merrier at this point. But again, hope to see you guys for the next one. Go give Miss Ivy my love and have a good night.